Hi and welcome to my English language course. This course is designed for all levels of English students. You could focus on improving your grammar, vocabulary, accent and pronunciation. Use this course to learn all of the most common idioms in the English language, or even for business English. Study the downloadable exercises afterwards to further challenge and push yourself. Go straight to the topics that interest you, or watch them in the order set out for you. By the end of this course, you will be a more confident and capable English speaker. Thanks for subscribing to this course. Hi everyone and welcome to today's class. The topic is Greetings and Introductions. Listen and repeat. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Hello. Hi. Hey. Pleased to meet you. Nice to meet you. Glad to meet you. Where are you from? I'm from. How are you? I'm fine, thanks. Thank you very much. Good to see you again. Goodbye. So long. See you later. Listen and repeat. First name, last name, phone number, address, email address, job or profession. Where are you from? I'm from London. I'm English. You're from Moscow. You're Russian. He's from Cairo. He's Egyptian. She's from Tokyo. She's Japanese. We're from Guatemala. We're Guatemalan. They're from Sydney. They're Australian. Practice the conjugations for questions using the verb be. Am I from Wales? Yes, you are. No, you aren't. Are you from Spain? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Is he from Italy? Yes, he is. No, he isn't. Are we from China? Yes, we are. No, we aren't. Listen and repeat. Hello, my name is Alex Cross. My name is Paul Smith. Nice to meet you. Glad to meet you, Paul. Where are you from? I'm from New York. Where are you from? I'm from Manchester. Where is Paul from? Where is Alex from? Use personal information to complete the conversation. Hello, my name is. Nice to meet you. Glad to meet you. Where are you from? I'm from. Where are you from? Listen and repeat. Good morning, Mr. Hiroshi. Good morning, Helen. Mr. Hiroshi, this is Mr. Smith. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Smith. Glad to meet you, Mr. Hiroshi. Where are you from? I'm from South Korea. And you? I'm from England. Listen and repeat the different conversations. Hello, I'm John Thompson. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Thompson. My name is Toshio Tanaka. Nice to meet you, Mr. Tanaka. Hi, my name is Jane. What's your last name? My last name is Smith. Mr. Burton, this is Mr. Morales. Glad to meet you, Mr. Morales. What's your nationality? I'm Brazilian. Maria, this is Nancy. Hello, Maria. Hi, Nancy. Pleased to meet you. Complete the conversation with the expressions in the box. What's your name? My name is Mimi. What's is Sarah? What's your I'm and you? I'm French. Nice to meet you too. Goodbye. Match the expressions. The first one is done for you. Answer the questions using yes it is or no it isn't. For example, is her name Mary? No, it isn't. Answer the questions in negative or positive. For example, is she from Japan? No, she's not. Is she from China? Yes, she is. My name is John Smith. I'm from the United States. I'm American. My phone number is 452-1478. My address is 145 Pine Avenue. She is Veronica Rodriguez. She is from Spain. She is Spanish. Her phone number is 125-4558. Her address is 27 Gran Via. Comprehension practice. Where is John Smith from? What's his nationality? Where is Veronica from? What's her nationality? They are Jessica and Mary. They are from London. Their phone number is 789-1458. We are Julian and Martin. We are from New York. Our phone number is 747-2156. Where are Jessica and Mary from? What's their phone number? Where are Julian and Martin from? What is their phone number? Now, practice speaking about yourself using complete sentences. What's your name? Where are you from? Are you a doctor? Are you a student? What is your phone number? What is your address? And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, and welcome to today's class. The topic today is telling the time. The clock is divided into two parts. Minutes past the hour. It's 5 minutes past 3. And minutes to the hour. It's 4:45. We can say time in two different forms. It's 5 minutes past 3, or it's 3:05. It's 4:45, or it's 3:45. What time is it? It's 3:30. What time is it? It's 20 minutes past 3. Do you have the time? It's 20 minutes past 7. Do you have the time? It's 10 past 3. What time is it? It's 7:15. What time is it? It's 4:30. Do you have the time? It's 9:20. Do you have the time? It's 6:05. What time is it? What time is it? Do you have the time? Do you have the time? Time expressions using going. Where are you going? I'm going to London. When are you going? I'm going at 10 o'clock in the morning. Who's going with you? Melinda is. More expressions. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Hurry. It's early. It's late. Right now. Tonight. Today. Tomorrow. Listen and repeat. In the morning. In the afternoon. In the evening. At midnight. Listen and repeat. What time is it? It's 2:05. Where are you going? To the movies. Are you going now? No, I'm going this evening. When are you going? In the morning. When are you going? In the evening. When are you going? In the afternoon. When are you going? At noon. When are you going? At midnight. When are you going? At night. Listen and repeat. Where are you going? I'm going to London. Who's going with you? My mother is. When are you going? At 10 o'clock. Listen and repeat. What are you doing tonight? I'm going to a party. What are you wearing? I'm wearing my red skirt. When are you going? At 7:30. Choose the correct clock. It's 4:30. It's 5:25. It's 3:45. It's 7:50. It's 2:30. It's 3:30. It's 1:15. It's 5:05. Read the clocks and tell me what time is on each one. Stop the video whenever you need to focus on each question. And that brings us to the end of the class. For more information on one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to today's class, which deals with dates, cardinal and ordinal numbers. Cardinal numbers are also known as counting numbers because they show quantity. Ordinal numbers tell the order of things in a set. Ordinal numbers do not show quantity. They show rank or position. They're also used in English for dates. While a cardinal number refers to several objects, for example, 3 apples, an ordinal number refers only to one of those, the 3rd apple. Here are some more examples of how cardinal numbers are used. There were 3 competitors. I have 4 sisters. He is 5 years old. And for ordinal numbers, he finished 3rd in the race. The 4th person was tallest. November 5th is bonfire night in England. So here's a list of the cardinal numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 1000, 1,000,000. And for the ordinal numbers, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. So notice here that with ordinal numbers, from numbers 4 upwards, we're adding a th to the numbers. The only exceptions are numbers 1, 2, and 3. "21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, 40th, 50th, 60th, 70th, 80th, 90th, 100th, 1000th, 1,000,000th. Ordinal numbers are commonly used for dates. The order in which to write dates varies depending on what country you live in. In the United Kingdom, dates are written in the following order: day, month, and then year. So this can be said the 13th of December 2009 or December 13th, 2009. In the United States, dates are written in the following order. So the month first, then the day, and then the year, which is said December 13th, 2009 or the 13th of December 2009. In addition, there are special ways in which prepositions are used. So we use in for months, years, and seasons. For example, in May, in 1987, in spring. And we use on for exact dates and days of the week. On May 12th, on Sunday. So a little bit of practice now. Convert these cardinal numbers into ordinal ones. Read the following ordinal numbers. Match the numbers in column A with the numbers in column B. Complete these sentences using in or on. For example, my birthday is in October. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is the alphabet. The correct pronunciation of vowel and consonant sounds will enable you to be better understood when speaking English. This class focuses on the different sounds of each vowel and consonant. The phonetic alphabet is often used in professional situations, especially over the phone, to avoid confusion. For example, if you want to say the word party and make sure it is completely understood, you might spell it out as P for Papa, A for Alpha, R for Romeo, T for Tango, and Y for Yankee. So let's go through the complete alphabet. A for Alpha, B for Bravo, C for Charlie. The letter C could be pronounced softly as city before the letters I, E and Y, or with a hard k sound, as in cat elsewhere. D for Delta, E for Echo, F for Foxtrot, G for Golf. The letter G can be pronounced softly, as in the word Germany, before the letters I, E and Y, or as in goal elsewhere. H for Hotel. The letter H can also be pronounced silently, as in honor. I for India, J for Juliet, K for Kilo, L for Lima, M for Mike, N for November, O for Oscar, P for Papa, Q for Quebec, R for Romeo, S for Sierra, T for Tango, U for Uniform. The letter U can also be pronounced as an sound, as in ultimate. V for Victor, W for Whiskey, X for X-ray, Y for Yankee, and Z, or Z as it's pronounced in the United States, for Zulu. You may have noticed that many of the words that we've just looked at have a very similar pronunciation. They use the same vowel sound. The following letters are separated into categories that rhyme with each other, starting with the long A sound. A, H, J, and K. And the long E sound. B, C, D, E, G, P, T, V, and Z, as it's pronounced in the United States. The short E sound, F, L, M, N, S, X, and Z, as it's pronounced in the UK. The long I sound, I and Y, and the long U sound, Q, U, and W. There are two letters that do not fit into any of these categories, and those are O and R. So each vowel in English can be pronounced at least 3 different ways. For example, the long sound, the short sound, and so on. Let's look at each vowel starting with the letter A. You have the short A sound, A, as in and black. The long A sound, as in April and taste. There is also the or sound, also and fall. And it can also take on an R sound, as in avocado and massage. For the letter E, we have the short E sound, as in elegant and hello. The long E sound, as in evil, green, and he. And it can also take on a long A sound, as in resume. For the letter I, we have the short I sound, for example, is and dish. The long I sound, heard in the words ice, fine, and alibi. And the long E sound, in the words kiwi and ski. For the letter O, we have the short O sound, as in October and hot. The long O sound, in the words only, the second syllable of October, and hello. And the long U sound, for example, noodle, who, and to. There is also a shortened pronunciation of that same long U sound, which is heard in the words book and look. And finally the letter U. So we have the short U sound, heard in us and summer, the long U sound, heard in Tuesday and flu. There is a shortened version of the long U sound, heard in words like put, and the letter U can also be pronounced with a Y, as in the words unite and humid. So here are some tips to help improve your pronunciation. Record yourself speaking so you can play it back and analyze your pronunciation. You can use your cell phone to do this, or a webcam so that you can also see yourself. Use a mirror to see what movements your mouth and face are making as you speak, and then you can compare this with a native speaker. Singing can be a good way to practice vowel pronunciation. Focus in on the target sound and adjust to it. So, now for a little bit of practice. Which letter rhymes with each word? For example, for number 1, the word to rhymes with the letter U. B. Dry. I. Way. Go. U. P. Which vowel sound can be heard in each word? For example, in the word shut, we hear a short U sound. Apron, feet, wet, boot, hat, ring, snow, juice, focus, jacket, water, exchange, light, race, under. Now for a little bit more spelling practice. Can you spell your name? Can you spell the name of your town? Can you spell the name of your best friend? Can you spell the name of your street? Now repeat the answers to question 1 to 4 using the phonetic alphabet. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, the topic of today's class is the verb do. Auxiliary verbs are the verbs be, do, have, and will, when they are followed by another verb, a main verb in a sentence. He is playing tennis. I do not know the score. We have to go now. You will be late. We can use the verb do both as a main verb or an auxiliary verb. I do my laundry twice a week. Here it's being used as a main verb. As an auxiliary verb, we use do in negative sentences and questions, for most verbs in simple present and simple past, except for other auxiliary verbs and modal verbs. For example, affirmative sentence, I want to dance. Here there is no need to use do. In question form, however, do you want to dance? And in a negative sentence, I do not want to dance. Again, I play poker does not require the use of the verb do. But in a question, do you play poker? And in a negative sentence, I do not play poker. It is also necessary in negative and affirmative short answer questions. Do you want to dance? Yes, I do. Do you play poker? No, I don't. Again, other than auxiliary verbs and modal verbs, we need to use do with any questions that start with a WH word. What do you want to buy? When do you cook? Where do you work? How do you celebrate the holidays? For the third person singular, he, she, or it, we use does, not do. When we use does, we no longer change the main verb. This applies to affirmative, negative, short answer sentences, and questions. Helen lives in Paris. Does Helen live in Paris? Yes, she does. Roger likes to drive. Does Roger like to drive? No, he doesn't. So notice that in each of the questions here, the underlined verb, live and like, do not change form. In the simple past, we use did for affirmative sentences and did not or didn't for negative sentences. Helen lived in Paris. Did Helen live in Paris? Yes, she did. Or, no, she didn't. When did Helen live in Paris? So remember that the auxiliary verb do is not necessary in positive sentences. Helen lives in Paris. Roger likes to drive. However, do is also used as a main verb, and the same rules apply as with any other verb. This means it can be used as an auxiliary verb and a main verb in the same sentence. I do my laundry twice a week. Do I do my laundry twice a week? When do I do my laundry? Okay, so let's review what we've just studied. Answer the questions using the pictures as a guide. For example, does he play the violin? No, he plays the guitar. Does she ride the bus? Does she eat pineapples? Does he play tennis? Complete the questions with do or does. For example, does he play cards? Form questions with the following verbs. For example, clean and she can form the question, does she clean? Answer the following questions with a short answer. For example, do you drive? Yes, I do. Write a question using the simple past of do. For example, taking the words lunch, she, Friday, cook, and do. We can form the question, did she cook lunch on Friday? Is the verb do being used as an auxiliary verb or a main verb? And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class, which deals with the verb can. Can expresses physical ability, capacity, or permission. It is an auxiliary verb, which means it can be used together with the main verb. For example, I can talk. She can sing. They can dance. In the negative form, we use cannot or can't. You can't sing. The dog can't talk. And in questions, we use the verb can at the beginning of the sentence. Can you sing? Yes, I can. Or no, I can't. Can the dog talk? Yes, it can. No, it can't. We use can to talk about what is possible, what we are able or free to do. John can speak Spanish. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Normally, we use can for the present, but it is possible to use can when we make present decisions about future ability. Can you help me with my homework? Referring to the present. Sorry, I'm busy today, but I can help you tomorrow. Referring to the future. It is common to use can for requests. This, however, is incorrect, but generally accepted in informal conversation, mainly between friends and family. Can you make me a cup of coffee, please? Can you turn on the TV? Can you be quiet? We sometimes use can to ask or give permission for something. Can I smoke in this room? You can't smoke here, but you can smoke in the garden. Note that we also use could, may, or might for permission. The use of can for permission is informal. Listen and repeat. Can it sing? Yes, it can. Can Sue type? No, she can't. Can he type? Yes, he's typing now. Can they ski? Yes, they can. Can she drive? Yes, she's driving now. Can it sing? No, it can't. What sport can he play? He can play golf. What sport can she play? She can play table tennis. What game can they play? They can play checkers. What game can they play? They can play chess. Answer the following questions in positive or negative for yourself using personal answers. For example, can you dance? Yes, I can. Can you swim? Can you skate? Can you read? Can you write? Can you type? Can you walk? Can you sing? Can you drive? Can you ski? Can you play chess? Say how can is used in each sentence. Circle the word that describes what can is being used to express. For example, I can sing the national anthem. This is expressing ability. If you ride a motorcycle, you can fall. Can squirrels fly? It can snow if it gets very cold. I can help you with your homework if you like. Can you get me a glass of water? I can speak English well. He can use my basketball if he wants to. I can tie my shoes. Can I have a piece of gum? Can they clean my car while I'm at work? And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to today's class, which deals with the verb be. The conjugations of the verb be are as follows. I am in the house. We are in the house. You are in the house. They are in the house. He is in the house. She is in the house. It is in the house. The conjugations for the verb to be in the past positive. I, he, she, it was in the house. We, you, they were in the house. We often use words such as yesterday, or phrases such as last week or last year to indicate that something happened in the past. I was a student in 2010. You were at the restaurant yesterday. He was my boyfriend last year. So these are contractions using the verb be. I am becomes I'm. I'm happy. He is becomes he's. He's late. They are becomes they're. They are eating. And negative contractions are as follows. I am not. I'm not. He is not. He isn't. She is not. She isn't. It is not. It isn't. We are not. We aren't. You are not. You aren't. They are not. They aren't. And in the past, I was not. I wasn't. He was not. He wasn't. We were not. We weren't. The verb to be in the simple past for questions. Was I at the bank? Was he at the bank? Was she at the bank? Was it at the bank? To which you can answer, yes, I was. No, I wasn't. Were you at the museum last night? Yes, we were. No, we weren't. So now let's review some of the information. Complete these sentences using am, is, or are. For example, they are from Brazil. Complete the sentences using past positive. For example, on Friday, I was sick. Change the sentence to past positive. For example, I am very tired becomes I was very tired. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class, which deals with the use of have and have to. Have is one of the most important verbs in the English language. It is used as a main verb and as an auxiliary verb. First, let's look at the use of have as a main verb. So have is used to show ownership and possession. I have a puppy. Please, have a seat. She has 2 sisters. So let's look at the sentence structure using have as a main verb. I have a hat. You have a ring. We have a ball. They have a lot of food. He has a car. She has 4 pigs. In negative sentences, we use do not. I, you, we, they do not plus have plus a complement. And in the third person, he, she, it does not have plus a complement. For questions, we use the auxiliary verb do first. Do plus I, you, we, or they have plus a complement. Does he, she, it have plus a complement. Note that have does not change for the third person in negative sentences or questions. We change the auxiliary verb from do to does. Complete these sentences using have or has. For example, Mary has 1 brother. Create an affirmative sentence with the verb have. Then put it in negative. For example, she has her own apartment. She does not have her own apartment. Now let's look at the use of have as an auxiliary verb. The structure is the subject plus have or has to plus the main verb plus a complement, which can be optional. For example, the children have to go to school. We use have to plus a main verb to express obligation. I can't go running tomorrow. I have to meet my cousin after class. She can't come for dinner. She has to work late. And in questions, do you have to work tomorrow? Does she have to go to school today? To which you can reply using the verb do. Yes, I do. Or no, I don't. And in the third person, yes, she does. Or no, she doesn't. Here are some more examples of sentences using have to. I have to go to school. You have to eat your dinner. She has to go home. He has to wash his car. They have to study for their test. We have to cook dinner. So we look at the structure for sentences using have to. In the affirmative, the subject plus have to plus the main verb. She has to work. In negative sentences, the subject plus an auxiliary verb plus have to plus the main verb. She doesn't have to work. And in questions, the auxiliary verb comes first, followed by the subject plus have to, and then the main verb. Does she have to work? Put the words in the correct order to make sentences with have to and don't have to. For example, now, got leave, I've, too sorry, but. This should be, sorry, but I have to leave now. Complete the sentences using have to. For example, he doesn't have to work in the evening. Complete the sentences with can or have to. For example, Vicky can't come for dinner tonight. She has to finish a report for her boss. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to the class. The topic of this class is the simple past and the simple present. Use the simple present to express a habitual action, an everyday activity, for statements that are always true, or for an action in the near future. For example, she sings in the church. I drive to work every day. You are my friend. I arrive tomorrow. It has three types of sentences: affirmative, negative, and interrogative. The only variation in the form of the present tense occurs in the third person, which is he, she, it, or for a proper noun, like the names James or John. This is the way the verbs conjugate with these persons. He works, she speaks, it plays. In affirmative sentences, it is necessary to add s or es to the verb. Add es to verbs ending in o, double s, x, sh, and ch. Add s to all other verbs. For example, do becomes does, kiss becomes kisses, fix becomes fixes, crash becomes crashes, and touch becomes touches. To make negative sentences in the simple present, we use do not between the subject and the main verb. For example, she does not sing in the church. The verb to be is different. Here we place not between the be in the form am, are, or is, and the complement. You are not my friend. He is not my friend. For interrogative sentences, which are basically questions, we form these with the auxiliary verb do, then the subject, verb, and complement. Does she sing in the church? Here the main verb always stays the same. Change the verb do to agree with the subject. Do they sing in the church? And for the verb to be, are you my friend? Is he my friend? Use the simple past to express the idea that an action started and finished at a specific time in the past. I bought a table last week. He played the guitar yesterday. You graduated from college last year. For irregular verbs, simply add d, ed, or ied in the past form. For example, dance becomes danced, play becomes played, and carry becomes carried. However, irregular verbs change form completely. Eat becomes ate. Come becomes came. Are becomes were. There is no easy way to learn irregular verbs. You just have to practice. Here are some more examples. Write becomes wrote. Sell becomes sold. Lose becomes lost. Swim becomes swam. Know becomes knew. Hold becomes held. Speak becomes spoke. Give becomes gave. And hear becomes heard. In affirmative sentences, all the pronouns use the same form in the simple past. So for I, you, he, she, it, we, and they, we would say, skated with my son last weekend. Played in the snow last winter. Bought an airplane ticket for his vacation. Went ice skating during our vacation. Again, the verb to be is different. We use was with I, he, she, and it, and we use were with we, you, and they. Use the auxiliary verb did every time, regardless of the subject. She didn't sing in the church. And for the verb to be, he wasn't, she wasn't, it wasn't. We weren't, you weren't, they weren't. You weren't my friend. He wasn't my friend. Again, for questions, start the sentence with the auxiliary verb did every time. Did she sing in the church? And for the verb to be, were you my friend? Was he my friend? Complete the sentences using the simple past. For example, Sunday I shopped all day. Choose the best answer using the simple past. For example, last night I watched the moon rise. Complete the sentences using was or were. For example, the children were excited about the holidays. That brings us to the end of the class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, today's class looks at the present continuous tense. The present continuous is formed using the personal pronouns plus the correct conjugation of the verb to be and a verb ending in ing. For example, I am playing tennis. You are smoking a cigarette. He is drinking milk. We are doing our homework. They are washing the dishes. To form the negative of the present continuous, simply insert not between the verb be and the verb ending ing. I am not sleeping. You are not smoking a cigarette. For questions, use the verb be at the beginning of the sentence. Am I sleeping? Are you smoking a cigarette? So when do we use the present continuous? The present continuous expresses the idea that something is happening now, at this very moment. You are learning English. I am sitting. I am not standing. In English, now can mean this second, today, this month, this year, this century, and so on. Sometimes we use the present continuous to say that we are doing a longer action which continues into the future. It does not finish in the present. I am studying to become an engineer. I am reading the book Animal Farm. I am not reading any books right now. Sometimes the present continuous indicates that something happens in the near future. I am meeting some friends after work. I am not going to the party tonight. Is he visiting his parents this weekend? The present continuous can express that an action always happens, or that it annoys you. Remember to put the adverbs always or constantly between be and the verb plus ing. She is always coming to class late. He is constantly talking. I wish he would be quiet. I don't like them because they are always fighting. Remember that non-continuous verbs or meanings cannot be used in any continuous tenses. Instead of using present continuous with these verbs, you must use the simple present. So we would not say, she is loving this chocolate ice cream, but rather, she loves this chocolate ice cream. Also, we would not say, he is liking to play chess, but rather, he likes to play chess. Make a sentence with each time expression in the present continuous tense. Choose the correct time use expressed in the following present continuous sentences. Make a sentence with each time expression in the present continuous tense. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to today's class. Today's topic is talking about football. This class is designed to cover the general vocabulary and terminology used when talking about football. For example, clothing, positions, etc. For more detailed explanations, please watch the upper intermediate level class. So let's start with clothing. Tracksuit, boots, socks, shirt, studs, shin pads, shorts, bibs. Now let's look at the lines on the pitch or field. Touch lines, goal lines, corners, penalty area, center circle, halfway line. Here are some basic terms that you'll use when talking about football. Kick-off, the moment when a game of football starts, or when it begins again after it has stopped because of a goal. A match, a 90-minute game of football between two competing teams. Hat trick, this is when a player scores 3 times in the same match. Injury time, or stoppage time. This refers to added minutes at the end of regular playing time. The amount of time is signalled by the 4th official on the touchline. Extra time. If a match has no winner at full time, 2 additional 15-minute periods of extra time may be played in some competitions. Full time. The point of the game when the referee blows the final whistle and the match is over, normally after 90 minutes and any added injury time. So let's look at some of the basic actions used when playing football. Header, free kick, cross, pass, throw-in, score. To shoot is the verb. A shot is the noun form. Here, the player is taking a penalty. Save, own goal, dribble, tackle, foul, dive. And a basic look at the positions used when playing football. Starting with the goalkeeper, a player whose role is to stop the ball from entering the goal. Central defender, a player whose main role is to prevent the opposing centre forward from scoring. A fullback's main job is to stop the opposition wingers attacking in wide areas and to support the central defenders. Central midfielders usually have to cover the whole field. Energy and stamina are needed by wingers, both to attack and give defensive cover to the fullbacks playing behind them. A centre forward's role is to score goals. Required attributes include speed, quick thinking, and accurate shooting. So now for the people involved in a professional football game. Here we see the referee, accompanied by the two captains of each team. He's tossing the coin to see who will begin the game. Assistant referee. Fourth official. Coach. Manager. And behind the manager we can see the fans. Here, the referee is showing a yellow card, which is also known as a booking. Two yellow cards result in a red card. Complete the sentences. The signals how much injury time the referee should add. The assistant referee signals when he sees a player in an position. A player whose role is to score goals is called a... The point of the game when the referee blows the final whistle is called... The role of a is to stop the attackers from scoring. If neither team scores, the game ends in a and may lead to a period of tripping, pushing and diving are and can result in a player throws the ball if an opponent kicks the ball over the Name the images. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is family life. Listen and repeat. Tina Smith, wife, mother. Michael Smith, husband, father. Tonya Smith, daughter, sister. Aaron Smith, son, brother. Siblings. Older brother, younger sister. Grandparents, grandmother, grandfather. Twins. Yard. House. Living room. Car. Kitchen. A pet dog. Cat. At home. Eating dinner. In the garage. In the garden. Listening to music. Cooking. Washing the car. Watching TV. Angry. Happy. Pretty. Tired. Sentences using the verb be. She is my sister. He is my husband. We are eating. They are watching TV. Here is some family vocabulary. Nuclear family includes the mother, father, son, and daughter. Extended family includes uncles, aunts, cousins, in-laws, grandparents, and so on. Spouse is a husband or wife. In-laws are relatives by marriage, the family of the spouse. A generation consists of all the people in one stage of a family. Listen and repeat. Who's this? It's Estelle's father. Is this Estelle's sister? Yes, that's Cathy. Who's this girl? It's Tom's girlfriend, Donna. And who's this? I don't know. The Powell family. We are an American family. My name is Catherine. I am 19 years old. My brother is 22. His name is Tim. I am a student. My brother is a student too. My father is a business executive. His name is Peter. He is 58. My mother is a housewife. She is 55. Who is Mr. Powell's wife? Who is Tim's sister? Who is Catherine's father? Who is Mrs. Powell's husband? Who is Catherine's brother? Who are Catherine's parents? Who are Mr. Powell's children? Who are Tim's parents? The Matthews family is at home. The boys are in the yard. They are listening to music. Mrs. Matthews is in the living room. She is reading a book. Mary is in her bedroom eating a banana. Mr. Matthews is in the dining room. He is drinking a cup of coffee. Use complete sentences to answer these questions. Are the boys cooking in the kitchen? Is Mr. Matthews reading a book? Is Mrs. Matthews eating a banana? Is Mary washing the car? Label this family tree. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is travel and vacations. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Map, departure board, passport, car rental company, go on a cruise, at the beach, in the mountains, at the lake, commercial flight, hail a taxi, sail a boat, catch a train. The passengers are waiting. Freeway or motorway, runway, subway or underground, landing, taking off, window seat, aisle seat, boarding a plane, check-in, car, tour bus, city, countryside, dormitory, often called a dorm for short, tour guide, backpacker, sightseeing, listen and repeat. Airport terminal, part of an airport where passengers can board and alight planes. Commercial flight, a journey by plane to transport passengers or cargo. Delayed flight, a flight that will be taking off later than planned. Hitchhiking, traveling by asking strangers for a ride in their vehicle. Bus station or bus terminal, a meeting point to catch buses to different destinations. Passengers, the people traveling on a journey by plane or train, and so on. Jumbo jet, a large airplane. Airport, a place where planes arrive and leave from. Sightseeing, visiting interesting places when you're on vacation. Tower, a tall, narrow building. Tour, a trip through a place to see the things in it. Turbulence, wind or storms that cause a plane to shake unexpectedly. Repeat the vocabulary. Traveling on land. People travel on land along roads. Cars, trucks, buses, and motorcycles carry people and goods from one place to another. People who need to travel long distances often use wide roads called highways. Traveling on water. People have invented hundreds of different ways of traveling on water. Big ships and boats carry people and heavy loads long distances, far out to sea. Small boats, such as sailboats, can be sailed on lakes and rivers. Traveling by air. Thousands of people travel long distances in airplanes every day. First, passengers have to get on board an airplane at an airport. The control tower tells the pilot when to take off. The plane speeds down the runway until it lifts off the ground. What does each image represent? Guess the transportation. I travel in the sky and can fly long distances all over the world. I have 4 wheels and an engine that runs on gas. I travel on rails, pulling carriages along with an engine. I can carry people and heavy loads out to sea. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Welcome to today's class. The topic is asking for and giving directions. To give directions, we use prepositions of place, such as near to, near, behind, in front of, between, and across. When asking for directions, we might use the following structures for the sentences. Excuse me, followed by how do I get to, and then the place. Or, excuse me, is there an, then the place, near here? Here are some example sentences. Excuse me, how do I get to the bus station? Excuse me, is there a bank near here? Excuse me, how do I get to the hospital? Here are some useful vocabulary words when giving directions. Go down or walk down. Turn right. Turn left. Go straight on or walk straight on. Go back. Go up or walk up. Here are some useful phrases to use when giving or asking for directions. Can you please tell me how? Or can you please tell me where? How do I get to? What's the best way to? Where is? Go straight on until you come to. Turn back or go back. Turn left into street or turn right into street. Go along. Cross over. Take the first road on the left or take the second road on the right. It's on the left. It's on the right. Straight on. Opposite. Near. Next to. Between. At the end of. On the corner or at the corner. Behind. In front of. Just around the corner. Traffic lights. Junction. Signpost. Here's an illustrated example of somebody giving and receiving directions. Is there a fire station near here? Yes, there is. It's in front of the bus station. How do I get to the pet shop? It's near the ice cream parlor. Walk on Smith Avenue for 3 blocks, then turn left. It's in front of you. Now practice giving directions. How do I get to the bank? How do I get to the library? How do I get to the fire station? How do I get to the ice cream parlor? Answer the questions using prepositions of place. Excuse me, is there a bakery? Excuse me, is there a hospital? Excuse me, is there a mall? Excuse me, is there a bus station? That brings us to the end of the class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thank you for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is articles of clothing. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Blouse, boot, skirt, shirt, coat, hat, sweater, shoe, jacket, sneakers, baseball cap, suit, shorts, jeans or pants, necklace, earrings, briefs, boxers, panties or knickers, tights, tie, sock, watch, handbag. Listen and repeat the colours. Black, blue, brown, orange, purple, red, grey, green, white, yellow, pink, light blue. Now let's review the personal pronouns, looking at subject first, and then the object pronoun. I or me, you, he or him, she or her, we or us, they or them. And the possessive pronouns: mine, yours, his, hers, ours, theirs. Now let's look at the possessive pronouns in short sentences. This is mine. This is yours. This is his. This is hers. This is ours. This is theirs. Possessive adjectives: my. This is my car. Your. This is your car. His. This is his car. Her. This is her car. Our. This is our car. Their. This is their car. Demonstrative pronouns. This. That. Listen and repeat. What's this? It's a hat. What's this? It's a blouse. What's this? It's a shoe. What's this? It's a sweater. What's this? It's a jacket. What's this? It's a sock. What's this? It's a necklace. What's this? It's a tie. Useful verbs and expressions. Listen and repeat. She is wearing, buying, doing, looking for. Can I help you? Here you are. How much is it? Salesperson. Customer or client. I'll take it. Expensive. Cheap. Listen and repeat. Who's this? This is Jerry. What's he wearing? He's wearing a white shirt, grey tie, and black pants. Who's this? This is Patty. What's she wearing? She's wearing a brown dress. Who's wearing a brown dress? Who's wearing a white shirt, grey tie, and black pants? Answer the questions. Who's this? What's her last name? Is she wearing black pants? What's she wearing? Asking about price. Listen carefully and answer the questions that follow. Can I help you? Yes, I'm looking for a black dress. Here you are. How much is it? 40 euros. Thanks. Comprehension practice. Answer true or false. The woman is looking for a red dress. The dress is 400 euros. The salesperson is wearing black pants and a white blouse. The customer is wearing a black dress. Listen carefully and answer the questions that follow. Can I help you? Yes. How much is this blue necklace? $100. Oh, it's expensive. And that green necklace? This green necklace? Yes. This necklace is $65. It's cheap. I'll take it. Comprehension practice. Answer, true or false. The blue necklace is $50. The green necklace is expensive. The blue necklace is expensive. She's taking the green necklace. Match the words with the pictures. The first answer is done for you. What color is it? What are you wearing today? Make sentences to describe what you're wearing by combining these images. I'm wearing. That brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today's class looks at activities and socializing. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Horseback riding, cutting the grass, martial arts, gymnastics, weight training, washing the car, yoga, backpacking, Wii Fit, gardening, cleaning the house, sailing, washing the dishes, drawing, playing video games, walking the dog, watching a movie, building sandcastles or playing in the sand, riding a roller coaster, napping in a hammock, watch the stars at night, jumping rope, or in the United Kingdom, skipping, watch the sunset, paintball, have a picnic, playing the guitar, dancing, sleeping, playing the piano, watching TV, smoking, singing. Listen and repeat. Come to the party. Henry is here. What's he doing? He's playing the guitar. Mary and Tom are dancing. And Sue? She's singing. And Peter? He's playing the piano. And Pat and Jill? They're watching TV. What's your father doing? He's sleeping. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. What's he doing? He's singing. What's she doing? She's sleeping. What's he doing? He's smoking. What are they doing? They're watching TV. What are they doing? They're dancing. What are they doing? They're playing football. Listen and repeat. Hello? Hello, is this Ryan? Speaking. Hi Ryan, this is Claire. Hi Claire, how are you? I'm fine, thanks. What are you doing? Jason is here. We're watching television. Complete the conversation. Hello. Hello, is this? Speaking. Hi. This is. Hi. How are you? I'm fine, thanks. What are you doing? Is here. Where? Choose the correct answer for each image. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, the topic of today's class is games and activities. Listen and repeat. Baseball, checkers, cards, chess, pet parrot, table tennis, tennis, walk, clean, polish, drive, paint, read, sit, sing, skate, ski, type, swim, talk, assemble, ride, write, golf. Listen and repeat. What sport can he play? He can play golf. What sport can she play? She can play table tennis. What game can they play? They can play checkers. What game can they play? They can play chess. Can he type? Yes, he's typing now. Can he swim? Yes, he's swimming now. Can she skate? Yes, she's skating now. Can she drive? Yes, she's driving now. Construct a sentence using all the words and punctuation marks. Construct sentences using the vocabulary words. Describe each image with a complete sentence. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is countries and nationalities. So in this class we'll be dealing with the use of nouns and adjectives. In a sentence we can use a predicate noun to say, he is from Germany. And we can use a predicate adjective to say, he is German. Listen and repeat. I am British. I am from Great Britain. I am Japanese. I am from Japan. I am Indian. I am from India. I am Korean. I am from South Korea. I am Argentinian. I am from Argentina. I am Panamanian. I am from Panama. I am American. I am from the United States. I am Brazilian. I am from Brazil. I am Portuguese. I am from Portugal. I am Chinese. I am from China. I am Canadian. I am from Canada. I am Egyptian. I am from Egypt. I am German. I am from Germany. I am Polish. I am from Poland. I am Ukrainian. I am from the Ukraine. I am Venezuelan. I am from Venezuela. I am Russian. I am from Russia. I am Turkish. I am from Turkey. I am French. I am from France. I am Belgian. I am from Belgium. I am Mexican. I am from Mexico. I am Spanish. I am from Spain. I am Pakistani. I am from Pakistan. I am South African. I am from South Africa. I am Jamaican. I am from Jamaica. I am Norwegian. I am from Norway. I am Swedish. I am from Sweden. I am Romanian. I am from Romania. I am Lebanese. I am from Lebanon. I am Iranian. I am from Iran. So just a reminder here of the question words. What, who, where, how, when, and why. Some common contractions using these question words are what is becomes what's, who is becomes whose, and where is becomes where's. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. What's your nationality? I'm French. What about you? Where are you from? I'm Argentinian. Listen and repeat. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What's your name? My name is Henry Perez. How are you today? I'm very well, thank you. What's your nationality? I'm Venezuelan. How old are you? I'm 28. What's your occupation? I'm a taxi driver. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Now use the substitutions to complete the conversation. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What's your name? My name is... How are you today? I'm very well, thank you. What's your nationality? I'm... How old are you? I'm... What's your occupation? I'm a... Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Where are these flags from? Use the information in the boxes to make complete sentences. For example, Jean-Luc Girard is from Canada. He is a 30-year-old pilot. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, today's class looks at public spaces and landmarks. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Coffee shop, bookshop, hardware store, bakery, hairdressers, clothes shop, supermarket, sports shop, butchers, dry cleaners, chemists or pharmacy, shoe shop, phone box or phone booth, monument, town square or simply just square, laundromat or laundrette, florists, airport, museum, opticians, church, bridge, park, mechanic's workshop, buildings, bank, bus station, library. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Across from, far from, near, next to, noise, people, pollution, river, lake, town. Listen and repeat the conversation. Hey Reuben, let's go to the town square. No, there'll be a lot of people at the parade today. It'll be too noisy. How about the park? Okay, cool. We can have a picnic by the river. Oh no, there is too much pollution. Let's sit by the monument. Fine. But first we need to stop by the supermarket. Which one? The one near the bridge. Now fill in the gaps. Hey, let's go to the town square. How about the park? Oh no, there is too much pollution. Let's sit by the monument. Which one? And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi and welcome to today's class. The topic is food. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Apples, bananas, bread, carrots, cheese, chocolates, coffee, tea, eggs, fish, potatoes, lemonade, lettuce, pineapples, coconuts, pork, beans, lamb, beef, chicken, ice cream, milk, nuts, pizza, water, oranges, pears, peaches, soda, sausages, butter, yogurt, lemons, oatmeal, cornflakes, toast, rice, bell peppers, sweet corn, cucumber, onions, tuna, jam, apples. The plural form of nouns. The majority of nouns are made plural by adding s or es. 1 carrot becomes 2 carrots. 1 chocolate becomes 2 chocolates. For nouns ending in ch and sh, add es to form the plural. So 1 peach becomes 2 peaches, and 1 radish becomes 2 radishes. Repeat each question, then answer yes I do or no I don't. Do you like carrots? No, I don't. Do you like chocolates? Do you like pears? Do you like fish? Do you like oranges? Do you like radishes? Do you like nuts? Do you like apples? Do you like eggs? Here's a reminder. The present continuous expresses the idea of an action that is in progress at the same time we're speaking. We need to use the verb be and a verb in ing. He, she, or it is drinking. Listen and repeat the actions. Do you like buying, doing, drinking, eating, reading, talking? What's he eating? Answer the question using each of the images. He's eating an apple. What's she buying? She's buying peaches. Listen and repeat. What's she drinking? She's drinking coffee. What's she drinking? She's drinking lemonade. What's he eating? He's eating bread. What's she eating? She's eating cheese. Listen and repeat the expressions. Anything else? Can I help you? Here you are. How much is that? Is that all? Please. Thanks. Listen and repeat. Hello, Peter. Hello, Lily. This is my friend Eva. Hello, Eva. Pleased to meet you. Nice to meet you. Can I help you? 2 chocolate bars, please. Here you are. Anything else? 4 eggs, please. Is that all? Yes, thanks. How much is that? That's £15. Answer the questions. What is she doing? What is she drinking? What is she doing? What is she eating? What is she doing? What is she buying? Is she sitting? Is her hair long or short? That brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, and welcome to today's class, which is about accommodation. So this is a basic introduction to the types of housing and accommodation you'll find in English-speaking countries. For more detailed terms and vocabulary, please see the classes entitled Searching for Accommodation in the upper intermediate level. So first, let's take a look at some of the rooms and places that you find inside of a home. Starting with the bedroom. This is a room used for sleeping in. A living room, or a lounge, sometimes referred to as a sitting room in the UK, is a room in a house or apartment that is used for relaxing and entertaining guests, but not usually for eating. Bathroom is a room with a bath or a shower, and often a toilet as well. The hall. This is the area just inside the main entrance of a house, apartment, or other building, which leads to other rooms and usually to the stairs. A utility room is usually just for washing machines, freezers, and so on. A shed is a building separated from the rest of the house, usually for storing garden tools. A loft is a space in the roof of the house. It's usually used for storage as well, but sometimes it can be converted into a living space. A cellar is a room below ground level without any windows, usually used again for storage. A basement is similar to a cellar. Again, it's below ground, with windows used for living or even working. A landing is a flat area at the top of a staircase. A porch is a covered area before the entrance door. A pantry is a large cupboard used, especially in the past, for storing food. Not so common in modern apartments. A terrace or a patio is a paved area between the house and the garden for sitting and eating. And a balcony is an area with a wall or bars around it that is joined to the outside wall of a building on an upper level. Now you're going to see a series of images. Try to name each image as they appear. Use the words you've studied to complete these sentences. I've got a dark room in the where I develop films. It's perfect because there are no windows down there. We keep our skis up in the during the summer. They're out of the way up there. You'll find the garden chairs at the bottom of the garden. Bring them up and we'll have a drink and watch the sunset. The light switch for the stairs is on as you come out of the bedroom. People use to store their food. Okay, so now let's take a look at some types of houses and places where people live. Starting with a house, a building in which families live. A detached house describes a house that is not connected to another building. A semi-detached house is a house that's attached, but only on one side. An apartment, also referred to as a flat in the UK, is a set of rooms for living in, especially on one floor of a building. A terraced house is a house that's joined to the neighbouring houses on either side. A cottage is a small house usually in the countryside. A bungalow is a house that only has one story or one floor. A bedsit is a rented room which has a bed, table, chairs, and somewhere to cook in it. A villa is a house usually in the countryside or near to the coast or the sea, particularly in southern Europe, and often one which people can rent for a holiday. A timeshare is a holiday house or apartment which is owned by several different people, each of whom is able to use it for a particular period of the year. Now try to name each image as they appear. And that brings us to the end of the class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, and welcome to today's class. The topic today is about careers. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Dentist, nurse, fireman, doctor, veterinarian, software developer, computer programmer, psychologist, interpreter, engineer, analyst, financial advisor, accountant, maintenance worker or handyman, teacher, construction worker, lawyer, paramedic, fitness instructor, massage therapist, hairstylist, personal assistant, police officer, priest, real estate agent, counselor or social worker, mechanic, architect, chef, receptionist, office worker, electrician, security guard, telemarketer, carpenter, chauffeur, model, pilot, taxi driver, flight attendant, politician, surgeon, photographer, astronaut. Listen and repeat the conversation. Ted, Lucy, good to see you again. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? Fine. Are you still a model? No, I'm a teacher. And you? I'm a pilot now. Use the substitutions to complete the dialogue. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What's your name? My name is. How are you today? I'm. What's your nationality? I'm. How old are you? I'm. What's your occupation? I'm a. Thank you very much, that's all. Thank you, goodbye. Goodbye. Job interview. So again, fill in the spaces with the vocabulary you have learned. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What's your name? My name is. How are you today? Thank you. What's your nationality? I'm. How old are you? I'm years old. What's your occupation? I'm a. Thank you very much, that's all. Thank you, goodbye. Goodbye. Identify the professions as they appear. That brings us to the end of the class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Hello everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is cars. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Sports car, classic car, F1 race car, SUV or sports utility vehicle, seat belt, washing the car, windshield wipers, a breakdown, traffic jam, heavy traffic, car dealership, engine, gear stick, hatchback, dent, dashboard, trunk, or in the UK referred to as a boot, wheel rim, hood, and again referred to in the UK as a bonnet, steering wheel, windshield, window, tyre, side view mirror, headlight, roof, bumper, signal light, listen and repeat the vocabulary and their definitions. Congestion, the state of being overcrowded, especially with traffic or people. Rush hour, a period at the beginning and end of the working day when large numbers of people are traveling to or from work. Speed limit, the fastest speed that you're allowed to drive on a road. Chassis, the main structural component of a car that everything else is attached to. Carpool, a group of people who ride to work or school in the same car to save money. Speeding, driving too fast or past the speed limit. tailgating, following another car too closely, defensive driving, driving safely in spite of the conditions around you and the actions of others. Right of way, allowance to go before other traffic. Jumping a red light, not stopping at a red light. Reckless driving, very dangerous driving, without any care for others. Breathalyzer, an instrument you breathe into to measure your alcohol consumption. Hit and run, running over or into someone and not stopping. Ban, removal of one's driving license. Penalty points, negative points on your license which are added up over time. On-the-spot fines, a fine given at the scene of the offence. Exhaust emissions, waste gases produced by the vehicle. Roadworthy, in a condition that can be driven safely. Tire tread, the depth of the grooves in the tire rubber. Tailback, the line of slower or stopped traffic. Pile up, a crash between several or many vehicles. Road rage, anger or violence between drivers because of difficult driving conditions. Listen to the text about Henry Ford and then answer the questions that follow. Automobile manufacturer Henry Ford's first job was as a part-time employee for the Westinghouse Engine Company. By 1896, Ford had constructed his first horseless carriage, which he sold in order to finance work on an improved model. Ford set up the Ford Motor Company in 1903, and in October 1908 he launched the Model T for $950. Nearly 15,500,000 were sold in the United States alone. The Model T heralds the beginning of the motor age. The car evolved from luxury item for the well-to-do to essential transportation for the ordinary man. Ford revolutionized manufacturing. By 1914, his Highland Park, Michigan plant, using innovative production techniques, could turn out a complete chassis every 93 minutes. This was a stunning improvement over the earlier production time of 728 minutes. Using a constantly moving assembly line, subdivision of labor, and careful coordination of operations, Ford realized huge gains in productivity. In 1914, Ford began paying his employees $5 a day, nearly doubling the wages offered by other manufacturers. He cut the workday from 9 to 8 hours in order to convert the factory into a 3-shift workday. Ford's mass production techniques would eventually allow for the manufacture of a Model T every 24 seconds. His innovations made him an international celebrity. Ford's affordable Model T irreversibly changed American society. And as more Americans owned cars, urbanization patterns changed. The United States saw the growth of suburbia, the creation of a national highway system, and a population entranced with the possibility of going anywhere, anytime. Now for the questions. Now let's review how much you remember. By what year had Henry Ford built his first horseless carriage? How much did the first Model T sell for? How long did it take to put together a chassis? How much did Ford offer his employees? What else did Ford offer his employees? Describe each image with a complete sentence. That brings us to the end of the class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class, which focuses on the weather and seasons. The weather describes the condition of the air at a particular time and place. It tells us how the air, or wind, moves and anything it might be carrying, such as rain, snow, or clouds. The Earth moves around the Sun tilted at an angle, so that each area of the Earth receives different amounts of the Sun's energy at different times of the year. This is why we have seasons. Let's take a look at the 4 seasons. Spring is a time of renewal in nature. Trees begin to bud and flowers bloom. The weather is at its warmest in summer and we have the most daylight. Some vocabulary related to these seasons. Breeze, a light wind. Climate describes the average weather conditions in a certain place over a long period of time. Clouds, a visible collection of tiny water droplets or, at colder temperatures, ice crystals floating in the air above the surface. Humidity, the amount of water vapor in the air. Rainbow, a spectacular sky display caused by the bending of sunlight passing through raindrops. Temperature, a measurement of how hot or cold something is. Fall is a time of year when animals prepare for winter and many plants lose their leaves. Winter brings cold weather, snow, and ice for many people in the world. Some vocabulary related to these seasons. Dew, water that forms on objects close to the ground when its temperature falls below the dew point of the surface air. Environment, the external conditions and surroundings, especially those that affect the quality of life of plants, animals, and human beings. Fog, a cloud on the ground that reduces visibility. Frost, ice crystals that form on a surface, like the ground or plant leaves. Storm, any disturbed state of the atmosphere that creates unpleasant weather, like rain, lightning, thunder, hail, snow, sleet, and freezing rain. Wind, the movement of air relative to the surface of the earth. Here are some statements you might hear people using when they talk about the weather. It's looking nice outside. Yes, it's beautiful weather. How's the weather? I hear it'll clear up later. It's going to rain by the look of it. What's it like outside? The sun's trying to come out. It's finally decided to rain. Lovely day. I hope it lasts. What's the temperature there? It's 27 degrees Celsius. What's the weather forecast? They say it'll be clear all day. We're in for frost tonight. Beautiful day, isn't it? It couldn't be better. And here are some typical items of clothing you're likely to see in the summer. Sandals, bikini, sunglasses, polo shirt, blouse and denim shorts, floral dress, t-shirts, shorts, and some typical items of clothing that you're likely to see in the winter. Hat, umbrella, coat or jacket, boots, scarf, gloves. So let's review what we've just learned. Describe an outfit that you might wear on a warm day. Describe an outfit that you might wear on a cold day. Explain why we have 4 seasons. Describe the typical weather during spring. Describe the typical weather during autumn. Select the best word to complete the sentence. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. This class focuses on instruments. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Cymbals, rattle, xylophone, harp, acoustic guitar, saxophone, trumpet, electric keyboard, violin, flute, bass guitar, organ, clarinet, piano, electric guitar, tambourine, cello, bagpipes, drums, organ. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Gig, a musical performance for which musicians are hired. Rehearsal, preparation for a performance. Recital, a musical performance, often with just one performer. Concert, a live performance of music before an audience. Venue, the place where a performance happens. Mosh pit, an area in front of a stage at a rock concert where people dance in a wild and rough way. Choir, an organized group of singers. Conductor, a person who instructs a group of musicians using gestures. Rhythm, the pattern of regular pulses, the beat. Beat, the sound marking the divisions of time in music. Studio, a facility for sound recording and mixing. Listen and repeat the sentences. Do you like instruments? Yes, I do. No, I don't. What instruments do you like? I can play the... Can you play the drums? Yes, I can. No, I can't. Complete the sentences using was or were. For example, they were late to the rehearsal today. Match the answers with the questions. For example, I was in the recording booth matches the question, where were you? And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, the topic of today's class is prepositions. Prepositions describe the relationship between the words in a sentence. They show us how the verb relates to the noun. There are over 100 prepositions in the English language. This class focuses on the most commonly used prepositions and how to use them correctly. Let's start off by looking at prepositions of time. So there are three main prepositions used to refer to time: at, in, and on. So we use at for precise time. For example, at 7 p.m. We use in to refer to months, years, centuries, and long periods. For example, in April, in 2010, in the summer. Use on for days and dates. For example, on Wednesday, or on May 20th, 2015. When we say last, next, every, this, we do not use at, in, or on. Here are some more examples of some phrases using these prepositions. So for at, we can say at night, at the weekend, at Christmas, at the same time, and at present. For in, we can say in the morning or mornings, in the afternoon, again in plural as well, and in the evening. And for on, we can say on Tuesday morning, on the weekend, and on a weekday. Notice the difference here between in the morning and on Tuesday morning. So for prepositions of place, again we can use the same prepositions to refer to place. And these are the guidelines of how to use them, starting with in. Use in for enclosed spaces and geographical areas. So you could say, for example, there are 2 chairs in your room. Use at for buildings, addresses, and in some expressions, such as at home. He is at the hospital. Use on for surfaces and streets. So you can say, there are 2 books on your table in your room, the table being a surface. Here are some more examples of how to use these prepositions to refer to places. So for at, you could say at 221B Baker Street. or at the dentist's, at work, at the mall. For on, we could also say on Baker Street. Now here, Baker Street is not a specific address. It is a street, so we say on. On the river. On the corner. On the left or on the right. And for in London, in Central Park, in the bus station, in the car. Notice that at the mall is highlighted because we could also say in the mall. And also in the bus station is highlighted because we can also say at the bus station, depending on how we are describing the relationship with the object. So here are some more prepositions, starting with of. Of is used to mean belonging to, relating to, or connected with. Don't touch it. That's the bag of my friend's sister. I always dreamed of being rich and famous. It's also used to indicate reference. I got married in the summer of 2000. This is a picture of my family. And it can be used to indicate an amount or number. I drank 3 cups of milk. A large number of people gathered to protest. And now the uses of for. For is used to indicate the use of something. This place is for exhibitions and shows. I baked a cake for your birthday. It's also used to mean because of. I'm so happy for you. We feel deeply sorry for your loss. Another use is for indicating time or duration. He's been famous for many decades. I attended the university for 1 year only. And the uses of to. To is used to indicate the place, person, or thing that someone or something moves towards, or the direction of something. I'm heading to the entrance of the building. The package was mailed to Mr. Kim yesterday. It can be used to indicate a limit or an ending point. The snow was piled up to the roof. The stock prices rose up to $100. And it can also be used to indicate relationship. This letter is very important to your admission. My answer to your question is in this envelope. Here are some more of the most common prepositions. First of all, by. To show who created something or how a journey was completed. For example, a play written by Shakespeare. He came by boat. With. To mention a person involved in something. I agree with Daniel. After. To try to get information about a person. I'm asking after Mr. John. About. To mean concerning a particular thing. We began to learn about the English language. So here is a table that covers some of the main ways in which you can use the prepositions and which verbs they can follow. An important rule with prepositions is that you shouldn't use or end a sentence with an unnecessary preposition when the meaning is clear without the preposition. Sentences may end with necessary prepositions. Let's look at some examples. So it's correct to say, "That's something I can't agree with." Here, with is a necessary preposition. It's also correct to say, "Where did he go?" However, "where did he go to" is incorrect. Here to is unnecessary, because the meaning is clear without it. Another rule is not to follow like with a subject and verb, because prepositions are followed only by nouns that act as the object of the preposition. Use as if, or as though instead of like when a subject and verb follow. So it's correct to say, "I wish I could be more like her." It would be incorrect to say, "It doesn't look like she'll show up for dinner." The correct way to say this sentence is, "It doesn't look as if or as though she'll show up for dinner." Now let's put some of this information into practice. Create sentences using at, in, and on. For example, using on, "My birthday is on July 15th. Complete each sentence using the correct preposition of time. Now do the same using prepositions of place. Choose the best preposition from the options to complete each sentence. Which sentences use the prepositions correctly? Here is a more complete list of some of the prepositions in the English language. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today we're looking at types of sentences. A sentence can express a surprise, "Look how tall she is." A question, "How tall are you?" An order, "Get my keys." A statement, "She got my keys." An interrogative sentence asks a question. It ends with a question mark. Is it snowing? Have you had breakfast? Do you want Coke or Pepsi? An exclamatory sentence expresses great emotion or excitement. It ends in an exclamation mark. The house is on fire. I can't wait for the party. Oh my goodness, I won. If you overuse exclamatory sentences in your writing, they will lose their desired effect and lack sincerity. Declarative sentences make a statement to relay information or ideas. They can establish facts or express feelings. They are punctuated with a simple period. Formal essays or reports are composed almost entirely of declarative sentences. The concert begins in 2 hours. July 4th is Independence Day. Green is my favorite color. When we want to give an order or a strong suggestion, we use the imperative. The main verb is always in the infinitive form. For example, go home. Don't play video games. So now test your understanding of the different types of sentences. Which kind of sentence is portrayed? At last, I passed the driving test. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I lost my wallet at the concert. Oh no, I left my wallet at the restaurant. Please leave your boots at the door. Are you ready to go? Paris is the capital of France. I can't believe he won that race. Take me to the zoo. Where did I leave my wallet? By using the 4 types of sentences in your writing, you can make your paragraphs more interesting. Take a look at this paragraph. My favorite actor is Matt Damon. I could watch his movies all day. The Adjustment Bureau is my favorite movie. I also like Good Will Hunting. I'm going to watch it on Netflix right now. Boring, right? Let's see how we can use the 4 types of sentences and make it more interesting to the reader. Who's my favorite actor, you ask? It's Matt Damon. I love The Adjustment Bureau with him and Emily Blunt. I could watch this movie from morning to night. I also like Good Will Hunting. In fact, I'm going to watch it on Netflix right now. Would you like to join me? In this paragraph, the 4 different types of sentences are used to provide emotion and excitement. Now you try. This paragraph consists of nothing but declarative sentences. Try to rewrite it using the 4 types of sentences to make it more interesting. My brother really likes pizza. It's his favorite food. He could eat pizza for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. His favorite topping is pineapple. I do not like pineapple. I prefer mushrooms. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this class looks at the parts of a sentence. What is a sentence? A sentence is a group of words that expresses a complete idea. I feel fantastic. This is an example of a complete idea being expressed in a sentence. These sentences, however, do not express complete ideas. She gave me. What did she give me? We'll build the house. Who will build the house? Nikki watching a movie. When? Now? In the past? In the future? So what are the different parts of a sentence? The main parts of a sentence are the subject, predicate, object, clause, phrase, and modifier. Once you know the parts of a sentence and how to combine them, you can form logical sentences that will be well understood by others. So first, the subject. The subject of a sentence is simply what or whom the sentence is about. Angie walked down the street. Angie is the subject because the sentence is about her. The subject is always a noun or a noun phrase. These are a few different types of subjects. Simple subject. Karen is a thin girl. A full subject. John's poem about his mother made the class cry. A compound subject. Paul and Peter joined the soccer team together. The predicate is the part of the sentence that makes a statement about the subject. The main part of the predicate is the verb. Take the previous example. Angie walked down the street. In this sentence, walked is the predicate because it is the verb that tells us what Angie was doing. A sentence can have just a subject and a predicate. For example, you could just say, Angie walked, and you have a complete sentence. The subject can be omitted if it is at least implied. For example, be quiet. And here are the different types of predicates. A simple predicate, Harry ate his apple. A full predicate, the mouse slowly ran towards the food. And a compound predicate, she both laughed and cried at the film. Now for the object. A direct object receives the action of the verb. In other words, it is directly affected by it. He broke the window. An indirect object is the receiver of the direct object, and it usually comes just before it. He gave his mother flowers. A clause is usually some sort of additional information to the sentence. We could say, they like ice cream. However, we could also say, they like ice cream on hot days. They like ice cream can stand by itself, but on hot days add something extra to the sentence. Therefore, on hot days is a clause. There are two different types of clauses. On hot days is an example of a dependent clause because it could not stand by itself as a sentence. Paul washed the dishes, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to could be a sentence by itself, an independent clause. However, here it is connected to the larger sentence. A phrase is sort of like a dependent clause. It is a group of words that cannot stand alone as a sentence, but it can be used to add something to a sentence. There are a few different types of phrases. A noun phrase acts as a noun. The hungry cat is a noun phrase. An adjective phrase modifies a noun. The child playing hopscotch was happy. An adverb phrase begins with a preposition and acts as an adverb. On a hot day from an earlier sentence is an example of an adverb phrase. A prepositional phrase is made up of a preposition, its objects, and its modifiers. The house on the corner was old. As you've seen so far, there are many different types of ways to add additional information to a sentence. All of these examples are known under the general category of modifiers. An example of a modifier is an adjective or adverb. Okay, so now let's try and use what we've learned to make some complete sentences. Use the pictures for inspiration to make short but complete sentences. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class, which looks at the use of conjunctions. So what are conjunctions? Conjunctions are used to join words or groups of words together. There are three main groupings: coordinating conjunctions, correlative conjunctions, and subordinating conjunctions. This class will focus mainly on the use of coordinating conjunctions. Usually, the elements joined by a coordinating conjunction are of equal rank. They are used to join individual words. For example, John, Aaron, and Luke arranged to meet by the park at 4 p.m. They're used to join phrases. The doctor's secretary or his new intern will notify you when the report is ready. And they're used to join independent clauses. The girls were at the bar, but all the guys were waiting by the pool. This table shows the main coordinating conjunctions. You may have heard of the acronym fanboys: for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. So let's take a closer look at some of the most common coordinating conjunctions, starting with and. This is used to give extra information. She works during the day and studies at night. But is used for two contrasting clauses. I like swimming, but not in the ocean. Or gives options. We can book an appointment for 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. So is used to give a result. It was raining, so we didn't go out. Or, I don't have any money, so I can't go shopping. In contrast to so, because gives a reason. We didn't go out because it was raining. I can't go shopping because I don't have any money. Correlative conjunctions appear in pairs. For example, either or, neither nor, both and, whether or, and not only, but also. Here are some examples. In the summer, Dan will either travel to Germany with his girlfriend or stay home and work for his father. Neither John nor Charles have been to Sweden. Both Emily and her sister are actresses. These pairs of conjunctions require equal or parallel structures after each one. Jack not only wants money but also fame. This is an example of a sentence that does not have parallel structures. The noun money is first followed by the verb wants, but the noun fame is not. Jack wants not only money but also fame. Now this sentence does have equal or parallel structures, because the verb wants applies to both money and fame. Jack wants not only money, but also wants fame. Again, this sentence has equal structures, because the verb wants is used twice, first preceding the noun money, and then again preceding the noun fame. Subordinating conjunctions include after, although, as, because, before, if, once, since, than, that, though, till, until, when, where, whether, and while. They are used to show the relationship between the independent clause and the dependent clause. Here's an example. Keep your hands on the wound until the nurse asks you to take it off. A big debate in the English language is over whether to use a comma before and in a list. The world is divided on whether there should be a comma. The truth is there isn't a right answer. The comma before the conjunction is called an Oxford comma, and it's generally more common in the United States than it is in the United Kingdom. Complete these sentences using and, so, or, but, or because. Complete these sentences using and, but, so, or because. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is articles. English has two main articles, the and a or an. The is used to refer to specific or particular nouns. A or an are used to modify non-specific or non-particular nouns. We call the definite article and a or an the indefinite article. If I say, let's read the book, I mean a specific book. If I say, let's read a book, I mean any book rather than a specific book. Here's another way to explain it. The is used to refer to a specific or particular member of a group. I just saw the most popular movie of the year. There are many movies, but only one particular movie is the most popular. Therefore, we use the. A or an are used to refer to a non-specific or non-particular member of the group. I would like to go see a movie. Here, we're not talking about a specific movie. We're talking about any movie. There are many movies, and I want to see any movie. I don't have a specific one in mind. Using a or an depends on the sound that begins the next word. Use a with a noun beginning with a consonant sound. A boy, a car, a dog. A user, a university, a unicycle, all start with a U sound, which is similar to a consonant sound. User. So we use a. Use an with a noun beginning with a vowel sound. An elephant, an apple, an orphan. Words with a silent H are pronounced with the vowel first. An hour, an honor, an honest boy. Remember that these rules also apply when you use acronyms. A NATO spokesperson. Another case where this rule applies is when acronyms start with consonant letters but have vowel sounds. An NGO. NGO is pronounced with an E sound. NGO. So we use an. If the noun is modified by an adjective, The article depends on the initial sound of the adjective that immediately follows the article. An egg can become a broken egg. A problem can become an unusual problem. The definite article is used before singular and plural nouns when the noun is specific. The signals that the noun is definite, that it refers to a particular member of a group. The dog that bit me ran away. Here, we're talking about a specific dog, the dog that bit me. I was happy to see the policeman who saved my cat. Here, we're talking about a particular policeman. The can be used with non-count nouns, or it can be omitted entirely. I love to sail over the water, meaning some specific body of water. Or, I love to sail over water, meaning any water. He spilled the milk all over the floor. This is referring to some specific milk, perhaps the milk you bought earlier that day. Or you can say, he spilled milk all over the floor. Again, referring to any milk. Notice that with non-count nouns, there is no use for a or an. A or an can be used only with count nouns. I need a bottle of water. I need a new glass of milk. So here are examples of situations when we do not use articles. For names of streets, names of cities, towns, or states, names of continents, for lakes and bays, mountains, countries or territories, and islands. You can use articles for names of rivers, oceans and seas, points on the globe, geographical areas, deserts, forests, gulfs, and peninsulas. Some common types of nouns that don't take an article are names of languages and nationalities, names of sports, and names of academic subjects. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to today's class, which focuses on countable and uncountable nouns. Countable nouns have a singular and a plural form. In plural, these nouns can be used with a number. That's why they are called countable nouns. Uncountable nouns can only be used in singular. These nouns cannot be used with a number. That's why they are called uncountable nouns. So here are some examples of countable nouns. Pens, bottles, chairs, shoes, balloons, sticks, tables, cameras, books, flowers, and many more words. And some examples of uncountable nouns: oxygen, traffic, water, sugar, wine, ice, soccer, air, wood, rice, Spanish, and furniture, and of course many more words. So let's first start by looking at countable nouns. We can use the article a or an with countable nouns. We use a before a consonant sound and we use an before a vowel sound. For example, the apple is a fruit. When a countable noun is singular, we must use an article or possessive pronoun with it. I want an orange, not I want orange. Where is my bottle, not where is bottle. When a countable noun is plural, we can use it alone. I like oranges. Bottles can break. We can use some and any with countable nouns. I have some carrots. Do you have any oranges? We can use few and many with countable nouns. I have a few dollars. I haven't got many shoes. Uncountable nouns are substances. We cannot count them. For example, we cannot count milk. We can count bottles of milk or liters of milk, but we cannot count milk itself. Some more examples are music, art, love, happiness, luggage, butter, electricity, gas, power, and currency. We do not usually use the indefinite article a or an with uncountable nouns. We cannot say an information or a music. We can use some and any with uncountable nouns. I have some money. Do you have any rice? We can use a little and much with uncountable nouns. I have a little money. Do you have much rice? Look through this list of words and say whether they are countable or uncountable nouns. Choose either a or an, or some or any to complete these sentences. Complete these sentences with a suitable article. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone. The topic is past tense regular verbs, specifically focusing on the ed and the d ending. The simple past tense of regular verbs is formed by adding ed or d to their base form. If the verb ends in an e, we add a d to form the simple past. For example, with the word changed. Here we're only adding a d. With the word want, we're adding the ed, the ed, wanted. And the same with the word end, ended. When speaking, the rule is a little bit more complex. We pronounce the additional syllable ed only after words ending with a t or a d sound, because it is not possible to clearly verbalize the d at the end of the word. For example, demand ends with a d sound, so the simple past is pronounced demanded. It is not possible to pronounce demand. The same with start. It is not possible to pronounce start. So the ed must be pronounced started. Here's a tip to help with the pronunciation of these words. First, try to pronounce the word mentally, only with the d sound. For example, danced, yelled. If it is not possible to pronounce only the d, Then pronounce the extra syllable. Shout, shouted, demanded. So this means that we only add the D sound for regular verbs with any other ending, because the D can be verbalized. Here are some examples. Call ends with an L sound, so the past tense is called. Open ends with an N sound, so the past tense is opened. And change ends with a G sound, so the past tense is changed. Here are some more examples. Like becomes liked. Walk becomes walked. Help becomes helped. Watch becomes watched. And miss becomes missed. Try reading this text to practice your pronunciation. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is do versus make. The words do and make are often confused. While they are similar, there are differences between them that must be noted. Do is used for daily activities. For example, do homework, do the dishes. Do is used when we refer to activities in general without being specific. In these cases, we normally use words like thing, something, nothing, anything, everything, and so on. Hurry up. I've got things to do. Don't just stand there. Do something. I'm not doing anything tonight. Do is also used in standard expressions, i.e. collocations. These are verb and noun combinations that have become standardized through usage, such as do one's best or do a favor. We sometimes use do to replace a verb when the meaning is clear or obvious. This is more common in informal spoken English. I need to do my hair. Here, the word do replaces brush or comb. Have you done the dishes yet? In this sentence, we'll replace the word washed with done. I'll do the kitchen later, meaning I'll clean the kitchen later. Make is for producing, constructing, creating, or building. It is also used with a preposition to indicate the origin of a product or the material used to make something. His wedding ring is made of gold. Wine is made from grapes. The watches were made in Switzerland. We also use make for producing an action or reaction. Onions make your eyes water. You make me happy. It's not my fault. My brother made me do it. Use make after certain nouns about plans and decisions. For example, make the arrangements. Make a choice. Use make with nouns about speaking and certain sounds. Make a comment. Make a noise. Make a speech. Use make with food, drink, and meals. Make a cake. Make a cup of coffee. Make dinner. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello, welcome to today's class. The topic today is borrow versus lend. Lend and borrow are often confused by English learners. Fortunately, this can quite easily be cleared up. Lend and borrow have the same basic meaning, but are used for different directions in English. First, let's look at borrow. You borrow something from somebody. Borrow means to take something from someone with permission and with the intention of giving it back. And lend, you lend something to somebody. Lend means to give something to someone with the expectation that he or she will return it. Here are some examples. Can I borrow the car? Yes, I'll lend you the car. You can borrow a pen from him. He'll be happy to lend you a pen. I need to borrow some money. I can't afford to lend you any money. What happened to the books I borrowed from the library? The library lent you those books 3 weeks ago. Here are some tips. Lend is often followed by a name or a personal pronoun. For example, me, her, or us. I could lend you my car if you promise to fill the tank. I often lend Frankie my car. However, this is not a fixed rule. I often lend my car to Frankie. Use the verbs to borrow and to lend to complete these sentences. Could you me your phone, please? I need a screwdriver. Do you have one? Have you ever something really special to you? Did you that from the science department? Would you feel comfortable someone your toothbrush? Susan my hairbrush, and I still haven't got it back. If I ask really nicely, will you me your laptop? Philip's laptop, but I think I've broken it. Charlie doesn't. He steals. She a lot of money from her father. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this class deals with time expressions. There are several time expressions in the English language. This class targets some of the more complicated and less obvious expressions. So let's start with by. We use by plus a time to mean no later than. I sent the package today, so it should be there by Friday. The game will be over by 6 o'clock. Then we can go out. You can say by the time something happens plus a clause to show how the end point of one activity in the future relates to another activity. By the time we get there, the store will be closed. The clause can also go at the beginning. The store will be closed by the time we get there. We use until to say when a situation is going to stop. Up to a certain point. We need to wait until she arrives. I will keep going until midnight. Use ago to describe a length of time into the past. It can be a specific or non-specific length of time, but it cannot include a specific date. I went to Thailand a long time ago. This sentence is non-specific. I went to Thailand 2 weeks ago. This is specific. Since is used to describe the start date of a situation in the past. It must be used with a specific date or time reference. I haven't practiced Aikido since I was 15 years old. I've been traveling since October. The library hasn't reopened since the fire. We use nowadays with the simple present tense to express that something is constant or habitual in current times. Nowadays, young people don't wear wristwatches. I play a lot of golf nowadays. Girls nowadays are too aggressive. Nowadays can be placed at the beginning, middle or end in the third person, but only at the beginning or end for the first and second person. Used to expresses the idea that something was an old habit that stopped in the past. It is followed by an action. Including the time is optional and uses a clause starting when or before. It does not include an amount of time or a date, just a reference to a time period. My brother used to practice English with me. When we were children, we used to spend the summer in France. I used to live in Melbourne before I got married. Back then is used to introduce or refer to events that happened in the past. I lacked experience back then. Back then everybody thought like that. That was back then. Things are different now. Complete these sentences using an appropriate time reference. Use your own ideas to complete these sentences. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. This class looks at the use of double negatives. So what is a double negative? A double negative is when two negatives are used in a sentence and cancel each other out to make a positive. Double negatives are grammatically incorrect and should not be used. However, they are often used in informal speech, even by native speakers. When using the negative form of a verb, e.g., aren't, don't, won't, and so on, do not follow it up with a negative determiner or quantifier, such as nowhere, nothing, or never. Take a look at these sentences. They aren't going nowhere. I don't owe you nothing. He can't eat no more. All of the above employ the double negative, making them grammatically incorrect. Logically, the meanings of these sentences, deduced by applying the formula negative plus negative equals positive, are: they are going somewhere. Aren't plus nowhere equals somewhere. I owe you something. Don't plus nothing equals something. And he can eat some more. Can't plus no more equals can. The rule on multiple negatives also applies to combinations with adverbs such as never, rarely, hardly, and scarcely. It is therefore regarded as incorrect to say, I couldn't hardly do it, or there were scarcely no people in the street. One context in which it's considered acceptable to use double negatives is when there is a negative prefix. For example, in, non, dis, un, and so on. The price of the car is not significant. I do not disagree. These sentences are not considered incorrect, but rather they are often used to emphasize a specific point. The suggestion is that there is a deeper meaning or connotation, or that the situation is not so clear. The first sentence suggests that not only is the price of the car significant, but that it is very significant. The second sentence suggests that the speaker does not completely agree nor completely disagree. Rewrite these sentences as positive sentences. For example, she doesn't want nothing. This would actually mean she wants something. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to today's class, which looks at the use of the word to. The meaning of to can vary depending on the context and where it appears in a sentence. The word to can appear before an adjective or adverb, or before much, many, few, and so on. You're too young to understand politics. It can be used as an addition to a sentence, or clause, or phrase showing agreement. We're going to the park. Paul is coming too. It can mean also or as well, or besides. It can express excessiveness, or that something is extra or additional. Some people use it to mean very. Think of to as being relevant when there is an increase in something. So let's look at the use of to show excessiveness. so much of a particular quality that something is not possible. To do something. It's too cold to go outside. For something. She is too old for activities like that. For someone. The table was too heavy for her to carry. Or, this film is too scary for kids. Much too, or far too. They rarely have meals together. They're far too busy. More than is necessary or acceptable. He is driving too fast. Too much or too many. You've put too much salt in my food. Rather too, or a bit too, or a little too. I don't trust Hillary. She's a little too clever. Now let's look at its use to mean also or as well. Used to add an agreeing thought. It has the same meaning as also, but its placement within the sentence is different. I'm starting to feel hungry. Me too. Helen's got a lovely voice, and she's a good dancer too. And let's look at its use to show addition. Used for emphasis at the end of a comment, when you're adding your opinion about what has just been said. Well, now he's in jail, and a good thing too. So let's look at the use of to in phrases. All to or only to is used for emphasizing that you wish that something did not happen so much, or that something was not true. All too often, it is the victim who gets blamed. This also appears in the phrase, know only too well. I knew only too well how dangerous the operation might be. Be only too glad, pleased, or happy to do something. To be very willing to do something. I'd be only too happy to help you. Not to is similar to saying not very. How are you feeling? Oh, not too bad. You're too kind or generous is used for thanking someone in a way that is very polite, or at times sarcastic. Thank you, you're too kind. Complete each of these dialogues with a phrase that incorporates the word to. And that brings us to the end of this class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. Today's class looks at comparative and superlative adjectives. Comparative words compare two things. The two basic ways to compare are using as, blank, as, or than. When comparing with as, the adjective does not change. She is twice as old as her sister. This car is as big as my kitchen. Russian is not as difficult as Chinese. When comparing with than, some changes are necessary depending on the number of syllables the adjective has. She's older than her sister. This car is bigger than my kitchen. Chinese is more difficult than Russian. For single-syllable adjectives, add er to the adjective. If the word ends consonant-vowel-consonant, then the last consonant is usually doubled in the comparative. For example, big becomes bigger, slim becomes slimmer, and hot becomes hotter. For adjectives with two syllables ending in y, change the y to IER. She's looking happier today. This grammar topic is easier than the last one. Why is everyone else luckier than me? Do not confuse adjectives and adverbs. Two-syllable adverbs ending in y must be compared with the word more. For example, I drive more quickly than my brother, not quicklier. For adjectives with three or more syllables, use more with the unchanged adjective. Russian grammar is more difficult than English grammar. My brother is more intelligent than me. I find math lessons more enjoyable than science lessons. Use these modifiers with comparative structures to show different degrees of certainty. To show a large difference, use words like far, a lot, considerably, much, or way. Mario is way taller than me. To show a moderate difference, use somehow or noticeably. I have a noticeably smaller apartment. For a small difference, use modifiers like a little, a tiny bit, or slightly. Lisa is slightly smaller than me. And when comparing using as, for a large difference, use nowhere near, definitely not, or not nearly. Rachel is nowhere near as tall as me. For a small difference, use almost or nearly. You're almost as good as Craig. If there is no difference, use just. I am just as smart as you are. In the superlative, you talk about one thing only, and how it is the best or worst and so on. You do not compare two things. The following guidelines apply to the superlative. Add est to single-syllable adjectives plus the. My sister is the tallest in our family. Yesterday was the coldest day of the year so far. If the word ends consonant-vowel-consonant, then the last consonant is usually doubled in the superlative, similar to with the comparative. So big becomes biggest, slim becomes slimmest, and hot becomes hottest. Change the y to iest plus the for adjectives with two syllables ending in y. The richest people are not always the happiest. Which do you think is the easiest language to learn? She's the luckiest person I know. Use the most with the unchanged adjective of three or more syllables. Some people think Russian is the most difficult language. Albert Einstein was the most intelligent person in history. My most enjoyable class is English. Notice that the last example shows that the article the can be replaced by a possessive determiner. Two common, irregular comparative superlative forms are with the words good and bad. So good becomes better and the best, and with bad we use worse and the worst. For the comparative and superlative of most adverbs, add er or est to one-syllable adverbs. I can run faster than you. I can run the fastest in my class. She works harder than me. She works the hardest of all the students. For other adverbs, use more or the most. She ran more quickly than me. Of all the students, she ran the most quickly. Complete the table with the correct comparatives and superlatives. Choose the correct comparative for each adjective. For example, big becomes bigger. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone. This class will look at common idioms and phrases. Idioms can be confusing to English learners because they have a literal meaning and a figurative meaning. These are just a few of the thousands of idioms in the English language. Draw the line. The point where something is no longer acceptable. Now I draw the line at speaking in front of 34,000 people. 24/7. All the time. Constantly. My little sister irritates me 24/7. Easier said than done. Not as easy as it appears to be. You're going to paint the roof? That's easier said than done. Every cloud has a silver lining, meaning you can find good in every bad situation. Even though you just got fired, remember that every cloud has a silver lining. At least you don't have to work for that grouchy boss anymore. Find a needle in a haystack, meaning that something is virtually impossible to find. Trying to get a new job these days is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Fish out of water, meaning to be out of place. Tom felt like a fish out of water at the Star Trek convention his girlfriend begged him to attend. Put your foot in your mouth. Saying something you shouldn't have. Jessica really put her foot in her mouth when she asked about John's job right after he lost it. Stick your nose into something, meaning to interfere. Sharon always sticks her nose into everybody else's business. Hang out somewhere or hang out with someone, meaning to spend leisure time with friends. I've been hanging out with Esther a lot recently. Used to or accustomed to. My sister's not used to living alone. Straight from the horse's mouth. This refers to hearing something directly from the person involved. Listen to this news straight from the horse's mouth. We're all getting bonuses this week. Get something off your chest. To talk about something that has been bothering you for a long time. To admit something that you've done wrong. I have to get this off my chest. I copied your answers in the test. Plain as day, meaning that something is obvious or clear. It's plain as day that you're in love with her, so just admit it. Get rid of something. To give or throw something away. To sell or destroy something. I brought a new television set, so I want to get rid of the old one. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone. Today's class looks at common idioms and phrases. Idioms can be confusing to English learners because they have a literal meaning and a figurative meaning. These are just a few of the thousands of idioms in the English language. Sleep on it. To think about something for a while before making a decision. Don't tell me today, sleep on it and get back to me tomorrow. Rule someone or something out. This means to eliminate someone or something. The police ruled out the man as a possible suspect. Tip of the iceberg. The small, easily visible part of a larger problem. These complaints are just the tip of the iceberg. 15 clients have left us. On the other hand, looking at the opposite side of a matter. Jamila is very intelligent, but on the other hand, she is very lazy. Open to something. To be agreeable to learn or hear about new suggestions. Most members of the class were open to the teacher's ideas. Down for the count. Unable or unwilling to participate any longer. Giving up. Jack's down for the count after having tried everything to get his business going. Look up something. To search for something in a book or online. I looked up the word in the dictionary. Life in the fast lane. A life filled with excitement. Carl was tired of living life in the fast lane, so he retired from the band. Let the cat out of the bag. To tell a secret. Owen's surprise party is going to be great. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Once in a blue moon. Something that happens very rarely. We get heat waves here once in a blue moon. Butterflies in one's stomach. To be nervous. Liam had butterflies in his stomach before he went on stage to play the violin. A taste of one's own medicine. Being treated badly after treating other people badly. Lex decided to give Peyton a taste of his own medicine and turned off his phone. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to another class in the Common Idioms series. So here are a few more common idioms. There are a few phrasal verbs mixed in, but don't worry about classifying the categories. The important thing is to be able to use them in everyday speech. Cat got your tongue? Why aren't you talking more? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Play second fiddle. To be less important. I hate playing second fiddle to my manager. She always takes the credit. Carry out something. To do something or accomplish something. The doctor carried out several tests before discussing the results. figure out someone or something, to try to understand or solve something. He finally figured out how to connect the PC to the security system. Make a difference. To cause a change in a situation. It doesn't make any difference whether our boss comes to the meeting or not. Keep someone or something in mind. To remember and think about someone or something. I told Elisa to keep the new store location in mind. Come up. To happen unexpectedly. I'll not be able to go to the party if something else comes up. Come up with something. To produce a thought, idea, or answer. I tried to come up with a name for the new magazine. To not see the wood for the trees. To be so involved with the details that you don't get the most important facts. She always argues about the silliest things. It's like she can't see the wood for the trees. Up a creek without a paddle. In an unlucky or bad situation. If you can't pay for the repairs, then you're up a creek without a paddle, because I won't fix your car. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, this is the fourth class in the series continuing with common idioms and phrases. All Greek to me. Used to say that you do not understand. I don't understand anything the teacher said. It was all Greek to me. At the drop of a hat. Willing to do something immediately. My boss expects me to do anything he asks at the drop of a hat. Between a rock and a hard place. Stuck between two very bad options. I couldn't make up my mind. I was caught between a rock and a hard place. Start from scratch. To restart from the beginning. There was a problem with the software, so we'll have to start from scratch. Rome wasn't built in a day. It takes time to accomplish something. Don't be so upset about your progress. Rome wasn't built in a day. On the same page. When multiple people all agree on the same thing. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page before we proceed. Hold your horses. Be patient. Hold your horses. You might see a cheaper one in a different store. Hit the nail on the head. Do or say something exactly right. You hit the nail on the head when you said that Douglas was too lazy to find a job. Fuddy-duddy. An old-fashioned person with an out-of-date way of thinking. My dad is a bit of a fuddy-duddy. He doesn't even know how to open an email. Drive someone up the wall. To irritate or annoy someone. Madeline drives me up the wall with her constant complaining. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't assume something will happen until you're sure of it. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Let's wait to see what happens tomorrow. Blood is thicker than water. Family are more important than anything else. Pick up your sister from school before you go out with your friends. Remember, blood is thicker than water. A blessing in disguise. Something good that isn't immediately obvious. The traffic jam was a blessing in disguise. There was a robbery at the bank just before I arrived. Level playing field. A fair competition where no side has an advantage. The government regulations are intended to make sure all businesses start on a level playing field. A doubting Thomas. A skeptical person who needs empirical evidence in order to believe something. Arthur is such a doubting Thomas. He didn't believe the deal was done until he saw the contract. Spitting image. The exact likeness or kind. Reuben is the spitting image of his father. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to the 5th class in the series Common Idioms and Phrases. All in the same boat. When everyone is facing the same challenges. There is no point fighting with each other. We're all in the same boat. Backseat driver. People who criticize from the sidelines. My older sister is a backseat driver. She always thinks she knows best. Water under the bridge. Anything from the past that isn't significant or important anymore. Don't worry about insulting my girlfriend. That's water under the bridge now. Against the clock. Used when you're short on time. I'm on my way, but I'm fighting against the clock to make it on time. Run out of steam. To be completely out of energy. Colombia played very well against Brazil, but they seemed to run out of steam in the second half. Pipe down, or put a sock in it. To tell a noisy person or group to be quiet. Pipe down. I'm on the phone with the director. Lend me your ears. To politely ask for someone's attention. As in the Beatles song, With a Little Help from My Friends, you'll hear the lyrics, lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. To get off on the wrong foot. A bad start in a relationship or task. It seems as though I got off on the wrong foot with my mother-in-law. She's allergic to roses. Go out on a limb. To put yourself in a tough position in order to support someone or something. Madeline went out on a limb for Curtis by writing him a reference. Dry run. Rehearsal. Let's do a dry run before the ceremony tomorrow. Put all your eggs in one basket. To put all your resources in one possibility. Cecil put all his eggs in one basket by investing all his savings in Samsung. A leopard can't change his spots. You can't change who you are. You think things will be different next time? Well, a leopard can't change its spots. Down to the wire. Something that ends at the last minute or last few seconds. The basketball game went right down to the wire. We won in overtime. Beat around the bush. Avoiding the main topic. Not speaking directly about an issue. I don't have time to beat around the bush. What was the verdict? A dime a dozen. Anything that is common and easy to get. Good dentists are a dime a dozen. Wear your heart on your sleeve. To openly and freely express your emotions. Justine is so passionate about her students. She wears her heart on her sleeve. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, this is the 6th class in the series of lectures on common idioms and phrases. All bark and no bite. This describes someone who appears aggressive but is not actually dangerous. He seems threatening, but he's all bark and no bite. Bend over backwards. Willing to do anything to help someone. Brandon would bend over backwards for Hannah if she asked him to. Turn a blind eye. Refuse to acknowledge something. The committee turned a blind eye to the corruption charges. Apple of someone's eye. Someone who's loved the most. His youngest daughter is the apple of his eye. Pulling someone's leg. Tricking someone as a joke. Ignore him. He's just pulling your leg. Knee-jerk reaction. Quick and automatic response. That was a knee-jerk reaction to hearing about the accident. In the bag. To have something secured. We've got this game in the bag. Dropping like flies. A large number of people either falling ill or out of action. It's too hot down there. My workers are dropping like flies. Under the weather. Feeling ill or sick. Lupita is feeling a little under the weather. Tie the knot. To get married. Mark and Judy tied the knot in Las Vegas. The ball is in your court. It is your decision this time. Well, I've told you what I think. The ball is in your court now. Pull the plug. To stop something or bring something to an end. This project is going nowhere. It's time to pull the plug. Bite off more than you can chew. To take on a task that is way too big. Rebecca has bitten off more than she can chew this time. Drink like a fish. To drink very heavily, usually referring to alcohol. Danny is clearly an alcoholic. He drinks like a fish. Best of both worlds. There are two choices, and you want or have them both. Kelly has the best of both worlds, the perfect job and the perfect marriage. Loose cannon. Someone who is unpredictable and can cause damage if not kept in check. Eugene is a bit of a loose cannon. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is the 7th lecture in our series of videos covering common idioms and phrases. A chip on one's shoulder. Being upset for something that happened in the past. Joel is walking around with a chip on his shoulder because he was left out of the team. Let bygones be bygones. To forget about a disagreement or argument. You need to put all that bad feeling behind you and let bygones be bygones. Know the ropes. To understand the details. He'll be a lot more productive once he knows the ropes. An arm and a leg. Very expensive. This new bike cost me an arm and a leg. A dark horse. A person who has a chance of succeeding, although no one expects them to. Colin could be a dark horse to win a medal. Cry over spilt milk. Complain about a loss from the past. Forget about it. There's no point crying over spilt milk. An axe to grind. To have a dispute with someone. Tiffany has an axe to grind with Lewis. He left her laptop out in the rain. Add fuel to the fire. Make a bad situation even worse. Being rude to her will just add fuel to the fire. She's already upset. A piece of cake. A task that can be accomplished very easily. I'll have the car fixed by lunchtime. It's a piece of cake. Finding one's feet. To become more comfortable in whatever you're doing. John moved here 3 weeks ago. He's still finding his feet. Give someone the slip. To get away from someone. The policeman chased the girl into the building, but she gave him the slip in the lobby. Flash in the pan. Something or someone that shows potential in the beginning, but fails to deliver anything in the end. Edward's political career turned out to just be a flash in the pan. He never won a major election. To play devil's advocate. Playing a position for the sake of argument, without actually believing in it. I'm just playing devil's advocate to prepare you for the live debate tomorrow. A slap on the wrist. A very mild punishment. The judge gave her a slap on the wrist, seeing as it was her first offence. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today's class deals with adverbs. So first of all, what is an adverb? An adverb can be added to a verb to modify its meaning. Usually, an adverb tells you when, where, how, in what manner, or to what extent an action is performed. Many adverbs end in "ly", particularly those that are used to express how an action is performed. Anita placed the vase carefully on the shelf. The word carefully is an adverb. It shows how the vase was placed. Tara walks gracefully. The word gracefully is an adverb. It modifies the verb to walk. Although many verbs end with "ly", lots do not. For example, fast, never, well, very, most, least, more, less, now, far, and there. He runs fast. The word fast is an adverb. Here it's modifying the verb to run. He always leaves at 5 o'clock. The word always is an adverb. It modifies the verb to leave. She sometimes helps us. Here, sometimes modifies to help. So let's take a closer look at the different types of adverbs. Although there are thousands of adverbs, each adverb can usually be categorized into one of the following groupings: adverbs of time, adverbs of frequency, adverbs of place, adverbs of manner, adverbs of degree, and adverbs of viewpoint. Adverbs of time tell us when something is done or happens. We use it at the beginning or at the end of a sentence. We use it as a form of emphasis when we place it at the beginning. Adverbs of time include afterwards, already, always, immediately, last month, now, soon, then, and yesterday. He collapsed and died yesterday. His factory was burned down a few months ago. Last week we were stuck in the lift for an hour. An adverb of frequency tells us how often something is done or happens. Words used as adverbs of frequency include again, ever, frequently, generally, nearly, occasionally, rarely, seldom, and weekly. He hardly ever says something nice to his wife. While overseas, he frequently phoned home. Our cat was bitten twice by the same dog. An adverb of place tells us where something is done or happens. We use it after the verb, object, or at the end of the sentence. Adverbs of place include words such as above, outside, over there, under, and upstairs. We can stop here for lunch. The schoolboy was knocked over by a school bus. They rushed for their lives when fire broke out on the floor below. Adverbs of manner tell us how something is done or happens. Most adverbs of manner end in "ly", such as badly, happily, sadly, slowly, quickly. Others that don't end in "ly" include well, hard, fast, and so on. The brothers were badly injured in the fight. They had to act fast to save the others floating in the water. At the advanced age of 88, she still sang very well. An adverb of degree tells us the level or extent that something is done or happens. Some common adverbs of degree are almost, much, nearly, quite, really, so, to, very, and so on. It was too dark for us to find our way out of the cave. Notice here that the adverb is used before the adjective. The referee had to stop the match when it began to rain very heavily. Now notice here that very is used together with an adverb of manner, heavily. The accident victim nearly died from his injuries. Adverbs of viewpoint tell us about the speaker's viewpoint or opinion about an action, or make some comment on the action. Some common viewpoint adverbs are honestly, seriously, personally, surprisingly, ideally, obviously, really, clearly, and undoubtedly. You may notice that the adverb really was also used as an adverb of degree. This is because its meaning varies. Here it is being used to mean genuinely or honestly, whereas as an adverb of degree, it refers to a level of extremity. Personally, I'd rather go by train. Surprisingly, this car is cheaper than the smaller model. I really appreciate your help. I'm so very grateful. Although the term adverb implies that they are only used with verbs, adverbs can also modify adjectives and other adverbs. Here are some examples. Victor had an extremely handsome face. The adverb extremely modifies the adjective handsome. She wore a beautifully designed yellow ribbon. The adverb beautifully modifies the adjective designed. And Peter finished his assignment remarkably quickly. Here the adverb quickly modifies verb to finish. The adverb remarkably modifies the adverb quickly. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is position of adverbs. So in the previous class on adverbs, we focused on the different types of adverbs. This class goes into more detail on the most suitable places to position adverbs in a sentence. So just a reminder, the main categories of adverbs are adverbs of time, frequency, place, manner, degree, and viewpoint. There are three main positions for adverbs in a sentence. By the start of the sentence, we mean that the adverb is placed before the subject. Note that they are normally followed by a comma. Finally, she decided to do something to change this. In the middle position, the adverb is placed between the subject and verb, or after the first auxiliary verb. They usually sit over there. He is usually early. In the end position, the adverb is placed after the verb, either immediately after or later in the clause. I closed the door carefully. Many adverbs can go in any of these positions, depending on context or style. Carefully, I closed the door. I carefully closed the door. I closed the door carefully. So how do we know where to place each type of adverb? Because of the vast variety of adverbs and the complexity of the English language, there are endless possible sentence structures using adverbs. This is an attempt to simplify their use to avoid errors, and is not absolute law. Adverbs that commonly go before the subject in a clause are time, frequency, and viewpoint adverbs. Adverbs of degree, frequency adverbs, and viewpoint adverbs can also go between the subject and verb. Adverbs of place, time, manner, frequency, and viewpoint all fit in the end position. You may find it easier to look at them in this format. And please remember that this is not set in stone. If there are several adverbs at the end of a sentence, the word order is normally manner, place, and time. Chris sat happily under the bridge yesterday evening. So now let's review some of what we've just learned. Write the adverb in brackets in the sentence in an appropriate position. For example, I don't understand the instructions completely. Identify the adverb in each sentence. Write yes if it can be moved to another part of the sentence, or no if it cannot. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, this class focuses on relative pronouns. This class explains the purpose of relative pronouns and how to construct a sentence around them. Watch out for the difference between the correct formal use and the more common everyday use. Who, whose, whom, which, and that are relative pronouns. They always introduce a clause because they relate or link the word that the clause talks about or modifies to the clause. The girl who kissed me is just a friend. In this sentence, the relative pronoun who relates or links the girl to the clause. Who is a subject pronoun like he, she, and we. We use who to ask which person does an action or which person is a certain way. Who is the girl you were kissing? Who cleaned the bathroom? Who can be used with information that is an important part of the sentence, a defining relative clause, or with information that is adding to the sentence, a non-defining relative clause. The girl who kissed me is just a friend. This is a defining relative clause. My son, who is very tall, plays football. Who is very tall in this sentence is a non-defining relative clause. Notice that non-defining relative clauses can be removed without making the sentence meaningless. Whose is a possessive pronoun, like his, her, and our. We use whose to find out which person something belongs to. Whose laptop is this? Whose phone keeps ringing? Just as with whose can be used with defining relative clauses or with non-defining relative clauses. The man whose laptop this is just left. The person whose phone is ringing should turn it off. Whom is an object pronoun like him, her, and us. We use whom to ask which person receives an action. Whom are you going to invite? Whom did he blame for the accident? The form whom is becoming less common in English. Many native English speakers think whom sounds outdated. Most people prefer to use who as the object pronoun. To most native English speakers, these examples sound quite natural. Who did you come to the party with? I don't know who he gave the book to. That is the woman who I was talking to. Who did you get that from? We use which to refer to things. It can refer to the subject or the object. I saw the car which crashed into the gate. The car which I was driving at the time suddenly caught fire. When there is a defining relative clause, it is interchangeable with that. We use that for both a person and a thing or idea, but only in a defining relative clause. It can refer to the subject or the object. I'm talking about the person that I saw yesterday. This is the style that I want to use. Relative pronouns can be omitted when they are the object of the clause. The woman that I wanted to see is a doctor. Here, woman is the object, I is the subject, so it can also read, the woman I wanted to see is a doctor. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, this class deals with the present perfect tense. We use the present perfect to show that an action started at some point before the present time, without stating a specific time. For example, Trisha has been to Germany. I have seen that movie. We can't use it with specific time expressions or adverbs of time. So we could not say, Trisha has been to Germany last year. Nor can we say, I have seen that movie yesterday. We can, however, use it with unspecific expressions or adverbs of frequency. Trisha has been to Germany before. I have seen that movie twice. It is also acceptable to say when an action started or its duration. Trisha has lived in Germany since 2011. Trisha has lived in Germany for 3 years. Use the present perfect to express an action that is still going on. The movie has not started yet. A change that has happened over a period of time. Your English has improved. An action that stopped recently. My mother has cooked dinner for us. To put emphasis on the result. Norman has written 3 books. For accomplishments. I've passed all my exams. For a complete action that may influence the present. I've turned on the stove. And for an action that has never happened. I have never been to India. This table explains how to contract the parts of a present perfect sentence. For example, I have can be contracted to I've. And in the negative, I have not can be contracted to I haven't. And here is a list of some common irregular verbs that change form to the past participle to be used in a present perfect sentence. Use just to express actions that have happened very recently. Just goes after the auxiliary have or has and before the past participle. Maria has just finished her homework. They have just come from the supermarket. It has just started raining. Use already to express actions that have finished sooner than expected. Already also goes after the auxiliary have or has and before the past participle. I have already done my homework. Jorge has already watched Transformers, the movie. They've already read that book. We use yet at the end of questions or negative sentences. It is used to express expectations. I haven't been to Europe before. Have you studied for the test yet? Juan hasn't proposed to Jenny yet. This table explains how to construct the present perfect tense for questions that require a yes or no answer. Have I gone to school every day this year? Has she studied nursing? For WH questions, simply add the WH word at the beginning of the sentence. Where has she studied nursing? Why have you gone to school today? Complete these sentences by converting the verb from the base form to the past participle form. For example, I have worked in an office. Complete the sentences with the present perfect or simple present. For example, have you ever had your own business? Yes, I have. My husband and I owned a small grocery store in Ireland a few years ago. Complete the sentences using the verbs in parentheses. For example, the baker has already baked a lot of cakes. Fill in the gaps using just, already, or yet. For example, oh, nothing for me, thank you. I've already eaten. Combine these words to form complete sentences. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class, which focuses on the uses of the verb get. The verb get can be very challenging because it has so many very different meanings and because it is used in many expressions. Get is used in informal speech, is written before words such as ill, pregnant, suspicious, worried. It's used in phrases such as get changed, get dressed, and get married. This class focuses on its use in phrasal verbs and verb plus preposition combinations. Let's start by looking at get, followed by a direct object. So this means to obtain, to receive, or to buy. For example, she got her driving license last week. He gets $1,000 a year from his father. When get is followed by a place expression, it means to reach or to arrive at a place. We got to London around 6 p.m. What time will we get there? When get is followed by an adjective, it means to become or to show a change of state. It's getting hotter. It gets dark very early in the winter. When we combine get plus a person plus a verb in the infinitive form, it usually means to convince someone to do something or to trick someone into doing something. Jane got her son to take the medicine even though it tasted terrible. How can parents get their children to read more? The government TV commercials are trying to get people to stop smoking. Get versus have. Sometimes, get someone to do something is interchangeable with have someone do something. But these expressions do not mean exactly the same thing. I got the mechanic to check my brakes. This means that at first the mechanic didn't think it was necessary, but I convinced him to check the brakes. I had the mechanic check my brakes. This means I ask the mechanic to check the brakes. So here's a list of phrasal verbs using get. Get going or get started, meaning to become active or productive. It can also mean to leave. Get your foot in the door means to have an opportunity. Get by means to manage, normally referring to managing financially. If we follow get with a pronoun and then down, it means to descend or to become depressed. An example would be, get him down, or the stress at work is getting me down. Get off. To leave a form of transport, such as a train, bus, even a bicycle or a plane. You could also use the word alight or disembark. Get on, meaning to enter or sit on a form of transport, again, a train, bus, bicycle or plane. Get it, meaning to understand. An example would be, he finally gets it. Get wind of. To hear a piece of information that someone else is trying to keep secret. Get through. Use or finish the supply of something. An example would be, I got through the box of cereal. Get somewhere. This can be used literally to refer to arriving at a destination, or figuratively to mean to progress or advance in life. Get up to do something. This is often used in a negative context, to refer to getting up to mischief. Get at, try to express. Get away with, escape punishment for a crime or bad action. Get a kick out of, to find something interesting and funny. For example, I get a kick out of watching my brother trying to ride a bike. Get used to become accustomed to, or to become comfortable with. Get a rise out of, to annoy someone. Get rid of, to dispose of or to remove. Get out of, to avoid doing something, especially a duty. Get over, recover from an illness. Get a move on, to hurry up. Get up, leave your bed. Get together. This normally refers to an informal social gathering, or as a verb, to meet socially. Get together. Use the phrasal verbs to complete the sentences. Complete the sentences with an appropriate form of become or get. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, today's class looks at the use of prefixes. A prefix is placed at the beginning of a word to modify or change its meaning. We can add over or under to some words to change their meaning. For example, we use over to express the meaning of too much, and we use under to express the meaning of too few. Take the word cook. Overcooked means cooked for too long. Undercooked means not cooked for long enough. Overweight means too fat. Underweight means too thin. Overpaid means paid too much. And underpaid means not paid enough. If you overestimate, you've made an estimate that is too high. And if you underestimate, you've made an estimate that is too low. Here's an example using more advanced vocabulary. These prefixes are often used in medical contexts. Hyper, meaning above or excessive, and hypo, meaning under or defective. Take the word critical. Hypercritical means excessively critical, and hypocritical literally means critical underneath, or two-faced. We add negative prefixes at the beginning of adjectives, adverbs, or nouns to give them the opposite meaning. Tom is not happy. This can also be said as Tom is unhappy. Let's look at a few more examples. So we can add un to words like friendly to make unfriendly, and also unreal. This can be used to form the word dishonest or dissimilar. And in can be used to form the words invisible or incorrect. Not all words that appear to have negative prefixes are negatives. For example, the words universe, discuss, and involve. These words do not use prefixes. There are some variations to the prefix in, which also have the same meaning. Im is used before words beginning with M or P. For example, impossible and immature. Il is used before words beginning with an L. For example, illegal or illogical. And ir is used before words beginning with an R. For example, irreversible and irregular. So here's a more comprehensive list of the various prefixes and their meanings. So now to practice what you've learned. Use under or over as the prefix to complete each sentence. Complete these definitions using the correct negative prefix. Form the opposite of each word below using the negative prefixes. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, the topic of today's class is suffixes. A suffix is a group of letters attached to the end of a word to form a new word or to alter the grammatical function of the original word. Understanding the meanings of the common suffixes can help us deduce the meanings of new words that we encounter. Let's start by looking at derivational suffixes. With derivational suffixes, the new word has a new meaning and is usually a different part of speech. but the new meaning is related to the old meaning. It is derived from the old meaning. The following table breaks down the groups of suffixes into 5 sections: abstract nouns, common nouns, adjectives, adverbs, and verbs, which are all color-coded. Inflectional suffixes do not change the meaning of the original word. Each one has an important grammatical function. Let's take a look at the table. So when S is added to a word, it can either signify that the word is being pluralized, for example, dog and dogs. It is also used for the third person singular in the present tense, such as with the verb like. He likes. Ed is added to regular verbs in the simple past tense, such as the verb work. He worked. For irregular verbs in the past participle, we sometimes add en. So for example, eat becomes eaten. He has eaten. In the continuous form, we add ing. So sleep would become sleeping. He is sleeping. For comparative adjectives, we often add er, such as with the word big and bigger. And for superlatives, we often add est. So big would become the biggest. Irregular inflections lack the suffix entirely, such as the word thought, or have an exceptional suffix for which the spelling must be learned. For example, paid. Now to practice what we've learned. The suffix ed is used when forming a... What is a derivational suffix? The suffix li is often used to form... Which suffix is used to convert a verb into the person performing the action? Inflectional suffixes change the meaning of the word. True or false? Explain the meaning of the following suffixes. Make these words longer by adding an appropriate suffix from the box. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to today's class. The topic today is meeting people and socializing. Small talk is a very important part of socializing and making friends. It's appropriate in many different situations, such as talking to a delivery man to avoid awkward silences, making friends at a new job or at university, establishing a business relationship, whether it be with a client or a business partner, and of course trying to get a date. The truth is that small talk and socializing are unavoidable. We don't really have a choice, so it's better to be good at it than not, especially in English-speaking cultures. So the first tip here is to make the person feel comfortable by keeping things light and positive. Avoid making any negative comments. Politics and religion are not considered safe subjects to discuss during small talk. Giving a strong opinion about a controversial subject is not appropriate either with someone you don't know. You can compliment a woman's clothing, but talking about body parts would most likely be considered crossing the line. In most Western cultures, it's not appropriate to discuss salaries or personal information relating to work. Take the hint when the other person implies they want to end the conversation. Remember, if you're shy or you don't know what to say, you may be mistaken for being rude. Always think of a response when someone speaks directly to you. So here are some examples of statements you can make during small talk. Engage the other person. Always be prepared to follow up with a question or statement. For example, how about you? Oh, really? I really enjoyed that book or movie, and so on. Wait is a very direct word that should be avoided. You could say, oh, before you go, or I don't want to keep you, but, if you have something very important to add or ask. In a communal environment, like an office, you can try one of the following openers. Try to use an open-ended question so the person has to respond, preferably not with a yes or no answer. Here are some examples. You look like you could do with a coffee. Looking forward to the weekend? Have you worked here long? Be mindful that too many questions will make the person feel like he's being interrogated. Try to find common ground with the person. This can be anything that you can both relate to that can help to establish a connection. So, how do you know? Kevin is hilarious, isn't he? Have you ever had a chance to? Evan throws the most amazing parties. I'm reading a book by. Do you like? The train seems to be running late. How long have you been waiting? I didn't think it would be so busy today. These are very common statements, but slightly negative. They're not likely to get you a positive response. So if you use them, it would be a good idea to follow them up with something more positive. At least it's supposed to be a nice weekend. I've heard that they're calling for blue skies. Talking about the weather is also very common, but a bit boring, and it doesn't really lead anywhere. Did you catch the news today? Talking about current affairs can be good. If they say no, you can inform them of what happened, leading to a longer conversation. Beware that they might say no because they don't want to talk. Who do you think is going to win tonight? Talking about a major sporting event can be good because most people will have an opinion. If they don't like sports, be ready to back out and change the subject. Neither do I, but everyone seems to be obsessed with it. So what do you do if you have trouble coming up with questions or things to say? Some of the easiest and best questions simply come from observing people and their surroundings. You're reading, that's my favorite book. What do you think of it? I couldn't help but notice that you're a fan of. How do you think they'll do this year? How do you like your new car? Where did you get your haircut? I'm looking for a good barber. Taking the time to listen will allow you to respond to something the person said and show them you're interested. You mentioned you were from. What part? You made an interesting point about. Give them a compliment and then follow it up with a question. That's a really nice. Where did you get it? Nice dance moves. Did you take classes? End the conversation politely. It's been great talking to you. When can we do this again? I'd love to talk more about. Give me your number. I wish I could keep talking to you, but my ride home is about to leave. I'm sure I'll see you soon though. And that brings us to the end of the class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, this is the second class that focuses on talking about football. This class follows on from the intermediate level class. It goes into more detail regarding positions, tactics, personnel, and phrasal verbs. Vocabulary: a medical checkup, stretching, planning the strategy for a game involves deciding on the tactics and the formation. Drills, training, weight training. A clearance is a defensive kick that is intended to put the ball out of danger. For example, you might say, the defender's clearance went out of play for a throw-in. The long ball game is a style of football in which a team prefers to pass the ball high up the pitch in the hope that an attacking player will get the ball and flick it on or score. One-touch football is a style of football in which a team can pass the ball quickly from one player to another without the need to control it with more than one touch. A player is offside when he is closer to the opponent's goal line than both the ball and the last defender in the opponent's half at the time that the ball is kicked. You might say, the striker was in an offside position. A defeat refers to a match that is lost, the opposite of a win. A draw is when a game finishes with an even score. The game ended in a 2-2 draw. The lead. When a team has more goals than the opposition, it is in the lead. An equalizer is a goal that cancels out the opposing team's lead and leaves the match tied. This can also be used as a verb. For example, they equalized to bring the score level. A back heel is a kick where the ball is hit with the heel or the back of the foot. This can also be used as a verb. For example, Jack Wilshere back-heeled the ball to Theo Walcott. A feint is to pretend to move in a particular direction in order to deceive a competitor. The player feinted to pass the ball, then shot it into the net. To volley means to kick a moving ball in the air before it hits the ground. This can also be used as a noun. A volley. Mesut Ozil's volley beat the goalkeeper at the far post. A bicycle kick can either be done backwards or sideways. The body is completely off the ground. To knock out, to eliminate another team from a competition. A head-to-head refers to a game that decides which team is ranked higher if two teams have a similar level of points. To concede, the opposite of scoring a goal, to allow a goal. For example, England conceded 2 goals in 20 minutes. Goal difference. If Arsenal score 4 goals over 2 matches and Barcelona score 1, the goal difference is 3. A 1-2. a passing move in which one player passes the football to another player, who immediately passes it back. So let's look at some of the positions and formations used. A wingback's role is more attacking than the fullbacks and involves a great deal of running. They must be able to cross the ball well as tackle. The sweeper's job is mainly to play behind the defence, to add extra security and improve the passing out of the defence. A defensive midfielder must protect the defence and win possession of the ball, then pass it to the more creative players. It can be very difficult to mark a supporting striker or a false nine because they can play deep 1 minute, then burst forward the next. So here's an example of the 4-3-3 formation. This is quite an attacking formation. The three midfielders will normally play quite close together. The three strikers will split across the pitch to provide width to the attack. The 5-3-2 or the 3-5-2 formation. In these formations, the two wide midfielders are really attacking fullbacks. This formation can be an effective way of switching between defense and attack. Phrases and phrasal verbs used in football. To keep possession. To be able to keep the ball and prevent the opposing team from touching it. The opposite of lose possession, or to give the ball away. To be dangerous on the counter-attack. To have the ability to switch quickly from defense to attack. A clinical finish, referring to a well-placed, controlled shot from a scoring position that ends in a goal. For example, he controlled the ball and scored with a clinical finish. His first touch let him down. This means a player was unable to control the ball with his first touch and lost possession. The goalkeeper is quick off his line, referring to a goalkeeper who is fast and makes good, quick decisions as to when to leave the goal to prevent an attacking play. To pull off a great save, referring to a very strong, quick, or acrobatic stop of a shot by the goalkeeper. To be strong in the air. A team with a lot of tall players who can head the ball well are strong in the air. They may prefer the long ball game and score a lot of goals with headers. A prolific goal scorer, referring to a player, normally a striker, who scores or has scored a lot of goals. For example, Thierry Henry was a prolific goal scorer for Arsenal. To put it in the back of the net. To score a goal, for example, Mario Balotelli controlled the cross and calmly put it in the back of the net. A nutmeg is a trick or technique in which a player passes a ball through the opponent's legs, then collects it from the other side. Also used as a verb. For example, the attacker nutmegged the defender. To hit the woodwork. This expression means a team kicked the ball against the crossbar or post and was very unlucky not to score. To get stuck in, referring to a team whose players showed a lot of determination and fought very hard during a match. A howler is a very basic mistake that possibly led to a goal. To switch the play means to change direction of play and pass the ball from one side of the pitch to the other. For example, he switched the play from the left side of the pitch to the right side. Label these descriptions. Explain these phrasal verbs. Name the image. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone. Today's class is about the weather and seasons. A season is a division of the year marked by changes in weather, ecology, and hours of daylight. Weather is defined as the condition of the atmosphere at a particular place and time. Most countries observe 4 seasons in a year. However, ecologists often recognize several more seasons. In temperate climate regions, this includes pre-spring and late summer. Tropical climates experience a wet and dry season, but not the traditional 4 seasons. Here's some vocabulary related to the weather and seasons. Barometer, an instrument that measures air pressure. Blizzard, an intense winter storm with high-speed winds and snow. Celsius or Fahrenheit, different scales used to measure temperature. Drizzle, light rain consisting of very small water droplets. Hail, a mixture of liquid and frozen precipitation. Hurricane, intense storms with swirling winds up to 150 miles per hour. Lightning, an enormous and very hot spark of electricity produced by thunderstorms. Meteorology, the study of the atmosphere and all its phenomena, including weather and how to forecast it. Monsoon, a seasonal wind found especially in Asia that often brings heavy rains. Precipitation, general name for water in any form falling from the clouds. Thermometer, the instrument that measures temperature. Thunder, explosive sound of air expanding when heated by lightning. Thunderstorm, a storm produced by a cumulonimbus cloud that always has lightning and thunder. Rain, hail, and high winds may or may not occur. Tornado, it begins as a funnel cloud with spinning columns of air that drop down from a severe thunderstorm. When they reach the ground, they become tornadoes. Typhoon, a hurricane in the western Pacific Ocean. Now let's take a closer look at the seasons. First of all, spring. Spring marks the beginning of warmer weather and longer daylight hours, the blooming of flowers and the budding of leaves. In the spring, seeds take root and vegetation begins to grow. Although it is warmer, it is often wetter. Animals begin migrating from warmer climates, often with newborns. Melting snow from the previous season, along with increased rainfall, can cause flooding along waterways. Summer. In the summer, temperatures may increase to their hottest of the year. In some regions, this means dry weather, while in other places, it's associated with rainy weather. The summer solstice marks the longest daylight period of the year and the shortest night. People take advantage of the warmer temperature by spending more time outdoors playing sports, traveling, and other activities. Autumn or fall. In the autumn or fall, temperatures cool again. It marks the transition from summer to winter. Plants may begin to grow dormant. Animals might prepare themselves for the upcoming cold, storing food or traveling to warmer regions. Winter is the coldest season of the year. Some areas may experience snow or ice, while others see only cold rain. Animals begin migrating to warmer climates, and may even change their appearance to adapt. At the winter solstice, the days are shortest and the nights are longest. Now let's take a look at some of the tropical seasons. The wet season, rainy season or monsoon season, is the time of year when most of a region's average annual rainfall occurs. Some positive points are that air quality improves, freshwater quality improves, and vegetation grows substantially, which can lead to crop yields late in the season. The dry season is the annual period of low rainfall in the tropics. It is characterized by its low humidity and some rivers drying up. The lack of water forces many grazing animals to migrate to more fertile spots. So let's review some of the information which we've just read. That brings us to the end of the class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today's class deals with searching for accommodation. Trying to find an apartment in a foreign country can be a stressful experience. This class is designed to familiarize you with the vocabulary and phrases used in most English-speaking countries. Some vocabulary may vary slightly from country to country. For example, in England, apartments are often referred to as flats. You'll be perfectly understood, however, if you use the word apartment. So let's take a closer look at some of the vocabulary. A credit report. A complete history of a person's paying habits. People are given grades called credit ratings for how well they pay off their debt. When a person moves into an apartment, landlords often request credit reports to find out if a person regularly pays on time. Concierge. A person in an apartment building who takes care of the building and checks the people who enter and leave. To deposit. To put money in a bank. A deposit. Money which is given to ensure that something will be returned or remain in good condition. To fill out. To complete a form by writing in the information. Furnished. Having furniture used with apartments or rental properties. A landlord. The man who runs an apartment building or property. A landlady. The woman who runs an apartment building or property. Non-refundable. Cannot be returned. Usually referring to a deposit. A reference. A person or written letter which will provide information about your character and history. It is common to provide a landlord with references who will say that you are a good person who will not cause problems. To sublet. To rent your apartment temporarily to someone else. A tenant. A person who is renting a room or apartment. Fill in all the gaps using the new vocabulary. Hi, I'm calling because I read your ad in the newspaper. It said you were trying your one-room apartment for the next year. Can I ask you a couple of questions? Certainly. Will the apartment be... Yes, the apartment will have a couch, a small dinner table with 2 chairs, a refrigerator, a washing machine, and a queen-size bed. Great. I've just moved here and I haven't bought any furniture yet. The facilities are very nice and have access to a swimming pool, a sauna, and a laundry room. The is excellent as well. If there are any problems at all, you can contact him and he'll take care of everything. It sounds perfect. If you're interested, you need to pick up an application form, complete it, and return it to me by Friday, along with a cheque for £30. We'll get back to you within a week and let you know our decision. Do I get the £30 back if you rent the apartment to someone else? No, the £30 is... We use the money to order a copy of your... We need to find out about your history of paying bills. I just moved here from Toronto. I don't think that will work in my case. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you weren't from here. In that case, when you... the form, make sure you include 3 that we can contact to find out a little bit more about you. No problem. Oh, I forgot to ask about the rent. The rent is £950 per month, and there is a cleaning of £450 when you move in. Sounds good. Here are some tips when looking for an apartment. Be proactive. While the internet is an easy way to search for housing, it is not always the most up-to-date way to find accommodation. To get the best selection, you have to select the neighborhood that you want to live in first and look at every real estate office window to see what they have to offer. Estate agents or private landlords? Private landlords are not regulated. They can often be cheaper as you won't be paying additional fees. Agents normally have minimum rental terms, whereas private landlords can be more flexible. The smaller local agencies often have the best customer service reputation. It may be a waiting game. You may have to wait for your dream apartment. Often the apartments that are immediately available have sat on the market for a while, and there is a reason that they are ready immediately. Budgeting. You'll probably have to commit to a number of monthly outgoings. The biggest initial cost is a deposit. Estate agents often charge administration fees for their part in the renting process. These could be one-off payments for things such as signing a contract, checking your bank references, or renewal charges for signing up for an extended rental period. Put in an offer. There's a great deal that can be negotiated when placing an offer on an apartment, including rental price, pets, and removal of furniture. Of course, if you're bidding against others, you may end up having to pay more than the asking price. Inventory of household contents. Always ensure you're provided with an accurate inventory listing all the fixtures and fittings within the property, describing their condition and the current state of the house. Take photographs of the whole property once you've moved in and submit this inventory to the agency or landlord as soon as possible. Tenancy agreements. Don't sign a tenancy agreement without reading it. If you have a shared tenancy, it is likely that you'll be responsible for the actions of your co-tenants. Take note of the length of notice period you're required to give when leaving, the length of advance notice the landlord has to give you, and what your rights are when leaving the property. Do not let yourself get pressured into signing anything, even if you're desperate. There are always interim options, such as hostels or couch surfing, while you're searching for a suitable apartment. Hold up your end of the bargain. No rental situation is perfect. However, you can make things easier on yourself by being a good tenant. Pay your rent on time. If you have loud parties, notify the neighbours beforehand. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. Today's class looks at global warming. So first off, what is global warming? The gradual increase in the average temperature of the Earth's climate system. Although local temperatures fluctuate naturally, over the past 50 years, the average global temperature has increased at the fastest rate in recorded history. Experts think the trend is accelerating. The 10 hottest years on record have all occurred since 1990. Listen and repeat the vocabulary. Climate. The average weather you would expect to have in a particular region over an extended period of time. Climate change. Major changes in temperature, rainfall, snow, or wind patterns lasting for decades or longer. Emissions. The act or instance of discharging, emitting, something into the air, such as exhaust that comes out of the tailpipe of a car. Greenhouse effect. The effect produced by greenhouse gases, allowing incoming solar energy to pass through the Earth's atmosphere, but preventing most of the outgoing heat from escaping into space. Carbon monoxide. The poisonous gas formed by the burning of carbon, especially in the form of car fuel. Environment. The air, water and land in or on which people, animals and plants live. Methane. An odorless, colorless, flammable gas produced through the decomposition of waste in landfills, animal digestion, coal production, and incomplete fossil fuel combustion. Arctic. A vast ice-covered ocean surrounded by treeless, frozen ground. Atmosphere. The mixture of gases, the air, that surrounds the Earth in layers protecting us from the sun's ultraviolet radiation. Carbon dioxide. The gas formed when carbon is burned, or when people or animals breathe out. Deforestation. The cutting down of trees in a large area. The destruction of forests by people. Fossil fuels. Natural substances made deep within the earth from the remains of ancient plants and animals. Weather. The specific condition of the atmosphere at a particular place and time. Now let's look at a more detailed explanation of the greenhouse effect. The Earth is heated by the sun. The atmosphere is made up of 99% oxygen and nitrogen. There are traces of many other gases, including water vapor, carbon dioxide, and methane. These gases are responsible for regulating our planet's temperature by trapping radiation. This is known as the greenhouse effect. The diagram below shows a somewhat simplified explanation of how this works. The sun's energy passes through Earth's atmosphere and warms the surface. Some energy is reflected back into space. Some is radiated back into the atmosphere. Greenhouse gases re-radiate the heat back to the surface, causing the surface to warm further. Form a sentence with each of the words. For example, deforestation. Deforestation is destroying large areas of tropical rainforest. Now let's take a closer look at what it is that global warming is doing to the environment. Global warming is affecting many parts of the world. Global warming makes the sea rise, and when the sea rises, the water covers many lowland islands. This is a big problem for many of the plants, animals, and people on islands. The water covers the plants and causes some of them to die. When they die, the animals lose a source of food, along with their habitat. Although animals have a better ability to adapt to what happens than plants do, they may die also. When plants and animals die, people lose two sources of food, plant food and animal food. They may also lose their homes. As a result, they would also have to leave the area or die. This is referred to as a chain reaction, one thing happening that leads to another, and so on. The oceans are affected by global warming in other ways as well. Many things that are happening to the ocean are linked to global warming. One thing that is happening is warm water, which is caused by global warming, harming and killing algae in the ocean. Algae is a producer that you can see floating on the top of the water. This floating green algae is food to many consumers in the ocean. One kind of consumer is small fish. There are many others like crabs, some whales, and other animals. Fewer algae is a problem because there is less food for us and many animals in the sea. Global warming is doing many things to people as well as animals and plants. It's killing algae, but it's also destroying many huge forests. The pollution that causes global warming is linked to acid rain. Acid rain gradually destroys almost everything it touches. Global warming is also causing many more fires that wipe out whole forests. This happens because global warming can make the earth very hot. In forests, some plants and tree leaves can be so dry that they can catch fire. So now for some comprehension practice. Answer the questions based on the reading. Practice talking about environmental issues. Choose the correct word to complete the sentences. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to today's class. This is the second class that deals with searching for accommodation. This video continues on from the first class, which introduces you to some vocabulary that is helpful for searching for an apartment in an English-speaking country. I'd like to rent a flat. I'd like to rent an apartment. I'd like to rent a house. Near the beach. Close to the town centre. In a quiet area. How far is it from the beach? The airport. The nearest town. What does the flat contain? What does the apartment contain? What does the house contain? Is bed linen provided? Are towels provided? Is there a cleaning service? Is there a housekeeping service? Are there any sports facilities? Can you recommend places to visit? Do you have any brochures? Guidebooks? What about babysitters? Do you have a babysitting service? What is the price? What are the rates? How much does it cost? Here are some likely responses and answers to your questions. For when? For what date? For how long? For how many people? How many bedrooms do you need? There's a living room, a kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and 3 bathrooms. Bed linen is not included in the price. Bed linen and towels can be rented at the reception. We have a swimming pool and a tennis court. Other sports can be found nearby. There are lots of sports in the area. Entertainment is provided every evening. Entertainment is available locally, nearby, in the area. We can provide a list of in the area. There are many in the vicinity. There are many interesting places to visit in the area. Our current rates are per month, per week, per person. The apartment, house, building is minutes from the beach. There is a shuttle service to the beach, airport, town centre. There is a taxi rank just outside the building, house. So here are some more terms that you'll need to know. I checked the classifieds, but I didn't see anything in my price range. The classifieds is the section of the newspaper listing items, such as cars and houses, to buy, sell, or rent. Your price range is the amount of money you hope or expect to pay. For example, my price range is £1,200 to £1,500 per month. The apartment is fully furnished and has a balcony overlooking the park. If an apartment is fully furnished, it means it already has furniture, such as beds, tables, chairs, and so on. If the apartment does not have these things, then it is unfurnished. There are also semi-furnished apartments, meaning it has some furniture, but not everything. In this case, you need to ask for more details. A balcony is a small external area. Overlooking the park means that you can see the park from the balcony. The toilet was constantly blocked, and the leaky shower caused structural dampness. If something is blocked, such as a sink, toilet, or drain, then it means the water can't pass through where it needs to. A leak means there is a problem with the water supply and that water is coming out where it shouldn't be. Structural dampness is the presence of unwanted moisture in the structure of a building. Each of these terms fall on the less pleasant side of renting accommodation, but they do occur. You're more likely to find them in an independent review than in a brochure. To move in, you need to pay the first and last month's rent plus a security deposit. The phrasal verb move in means to enter an apartment or house to live there. For many apartments, you need to pay 2 months' rent, the first and last month's rent, in addition to a security deposit, an amount of money that you get back at the end of your time living there if the apartment is in good condition. If you leave the apartment in bad condition, or if you break something, then the cost of repairs will be paid from the security deposit. On average, the utilities come to about £150 a month. Utilities are things like electricity, water, heat, the basic needs of the apartment. The phrasal verb come to, in this context, means total. For example, if the electricity is £70, the water is £35, and the heat is £45, then it comes to £150 total. On average means in general. Sometimes the total might be higher or lower than £150. It is not an exact number. There's no washing machine in the apartment, but there's a laundromat nearby. A laundromat is a place where you can pay money to use the washing machines and dryers to clean your clothes. The landlord is offering a 2-year lease with an option to renew. The landlord is the person who owns the apartment, from whom you are renting it. You pay the rent every month to the landlord. A lease is a formal contract agreement for you to live in and use the apartment for a specific period of time. If you renew the lease, it means you extend it for an additional time period. The building is a bit run down, but the apartment itself was recently renovated. Run down means the building is not in good condition or not well maintained. It was recently renovated means that everything was fixed, redesigned, and made new. Other words for this are refurbished or remodeled. I can't afford to live there alone, so I'm looking for a roommate. I can't afford means I don't have enough money. A roommate is a person who will share the apartment and split the cost of renting it. My sister is subletting her studio apartment for 3 months while she travels to Europe. If you sublet your apartment, it means you rent the apartment to another person temporarily while you're traveling. A studio apartment is a small apartment that has only one major room with the bed, kitchen, television, and so on. We're looking for a spacious apartment in an upscale neighborhood. Spacious is another word for big. An apartment with lots of space. An upscale neighborhood is an area with a lot of rich people and very nice restaurants and stores. Choose the correct word to complete each sentence. And that brings us to the end of this video. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi guys, welcome to today's class. The topic today is discourse markers. Discourse markers, also called conjunctive adverbs or linking words, are used to structure or organize conversation, but without adding any significant meaning to the discourse. In most cases, removing a marker from a sentence still leaves the sentence structure intact. Note, discourse markers are more common in informal speech than in most forms of writing. So let's start taking a look at some of the different types of discourse markers. They've been divided into categories. Contrasting two ideas. These are widely considered acceptable in all forms of writing. They are on vacation, but more important, they are spending some quality time together. We've improved our domestic sales. On the other hand, we need to rethink our export strategy. Bill thinks we're ready to launch, whereas Sandra thinks we still need more time. Smoking is proved to be dangerous to the health. Nonetheless, 45% of the population still smokes. Dad promised to take the whole family to Hawaii. However, he changed his mind in the last minute. Henry was warned not to invest all his savings in the stock market. Nevertheless, he invested and lost everything. Adding information. Of these, the first three are considered more suitable for writing. Did you ask if he can use Excel as well? He's also interested in Chinese culture. Not only do they have nice designs, but their prices are very low. His relationship problems are extremely frustrating. Moreover, there seems to be no easy solution to them. I assured him that I would attend the meeting. Furthermore, I also invited a number of high-ranking officials. Our energy bills have increased steadily. In addition, our telephone costs have doubled over the last 6 months. Drawing conclusions. So these discourse markers are very suitable for using in the conclusion, the final paragraph, perhaps of an essay or some form of written document. So in this sense, music can be therapeutic. He reduced his commute by 1 hour. As a result, he could spend more time sleeping. We've lost nearly half our customers over the past 6 months. Consequently, we've been forced to cut back our budget. The government has drastically reduced its spending. Therefore, a number of programs have been cancelled. To preface a response or a reaction. These expressions focus attention on what follows. This is done by announcing the subject in advance. As regards and as far as is concerned usually indicates a change of subject. Here are some more examples. With regards to the latest market figures, we can see that regarding our efforts to reduce pollution, we have made, as far as I'm concerned, the most logical option is to, as for Roy's suggestion, let's take another look at his report. Some additional ways that discourse markers are used: to begin a speech, story or conversation, to mark a boundary, a shift or a partial shift in topic, to serve as a filler or delaying tactic. This is often done by politicians, known in the United States as filibustering, and to aid the speaker in holding the floor. Again, this is also done by politicians. There is an abundance of discourse markers to choose from when speaking and writing. Use this table to help organize your use of discourse markers, perhaps in your essays or in your speech. So now it's time to practice what you've learned. Complete these sentences with the words from the box. A lot of people thought you wouldn't make it. They were very surprised when they saw you arrive first. More and more people are divorcing nowadays. Lucia works at Samsung. She works for a non-profit organization. We are on vacation. We can do whatever we want for the next 2 weeks. Now complete the paragraph with the words from the box. The official language of the empire was Quechua. They spoke Aymara and other dialects of Quechua. There were many local forms of worship, most of them concerning local sacred huacas. They worship the sun as their god. The Inca leadership encouraged the worship of Inti, the sun god, and imposed its sovereignty above other cults such as the Pachamama. The Inca believed in many gods. Their religion provided many other layers of worship and beliefs. Now choose a suitable discourse marker to complete these sentences. It is difficult, but we'll try. We'd better get moving. We'd better get moving. We'd better get moving. We also have to... It's a good idea. It will be difficult, but we'll try. It's better to be ready before the weekend. We need to optimize the site's speed. And that brings us to the end of the class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. Today's class focuses on the passive voice. So what is the passive voice? A passive voice sentence is when the object of the sentence gets promoted to the subject position. Passive voice is used when the focus is on the action. It is not important, or even known, however, who or what is performing the action. If a sentence doesn't have an object, you can't move words around to make it passive. Here's an active sentence with no object. We ran. There's no way to make that passive without adding something. So here's the basic structure of an active voice sentence. The thief stole my car. So here you have the subject, the verb, and the object. The thief is the subject. It's taking the action and is in the subject position. And the car is the object. It is being acted on and is in the standard object position. Now let's look at the basic construction of a passive voice sentence. The object plus the verb to be and the verb in the past participle. If you flip it around and promote the object, the car, to the subject position before the verb, you get a passive sentence. My car was stolen. The focus is on the fact that my car was stolen. I don't know who did it. Sometimes a sentence will omit the subject entirely, and you'll end up with something like this. The letter was mailed. Note that the receiver of the action is still in the subject position. Let's take a closer look now at that structure. So here, an active sentence is subject with the finite form of the verb and the object. And the passive voice is with the object, the verb to be plus the past participle, and optionally the subject. And you can see quite clearly that the object is moved from the end of the sentence to the beginning. The verb stays in the middle but changes form, and the subject is moved to the end or left out entirely. So the thief stole my car becomes my car was stolen by the thief. We can use the passive voice in any tense. Here we see it being used in the present tense. Birds eat worms becomes worms are eaten by birds. So here we can take a look at a sentence written in 3 different forms in the passive voice. In the present simple, it is made. In the present continuous, it is being made. And in the present perfect, it has been made. So when should you use the passive voice? Sometimes a statement in passive is more polite than active voice. An error was made. This sentence focuses on the fact that an error was made, but it doesn't blame anyone. General truths do not apply to a specific person. It can refer to anyone. Rules are made to be broken. If you want to put more attention on the object than on the action that was done to it or the person who did it. Facebook was created in 2004. So let's practice what we've learned. Create passive sentences in the simple present tense that include these words. Now do the same, but in the simple past. Now try to rewrite these sentences in the passive voice. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is phrasal verbs and other multi-word verbs. Phrasal verbs are part of a large group of verbs called multi-word verbs. Multi-word verbs are very common, especially in spoken English. Some examples are put up with, slip away, or run over. Multi-word verbs consist of a verb plus another word or words. The additional words can be prepositions or adverbs. The 2 or 3 words that make up multi-word verbs form a short phrase, hence the term phrasal verbs. Do not get caught up with the categories of multi-word verbs. For convenience, many people refer to all multi-word verbs as phrasal verbs. The important thing is to remember that a multi-word verb is still a verb. For example, eat and eat out. Both of these are verbs, but with different meanings. So they should be treated as separate verbs and learned like any other verb. Multi-word verbs could be separated into the following categories. So first we have single word verbs, like for example, look, meaning to direct your eyes in a certain direction. Look both ways before crossing the road. Now let's look at the multi-word verbs. First, prepositional verbs. Look after, meaning to take care of. Who's looking after the baby? Phrasal verbs. For example, look up, meaning to search for and find information in a reference book. You can look up my number in the telephone directory. And finally, phrasal prepositional verbs. For example, look forward to, meaning to anticipate with pleasure. I look forward to meeting you. Remember, focus on the meaning, not on the categories. One significant distinction between prepositional verbs and phrasal verbs is regarding the placement of the direct object. So, in as simple an explanation as possible, for phrasal verbs, the main verb plus an adverb, followed by a direct object, three structures are possible. Let's take the phrasal verb put down and the object book. We can say, he put down his book. We can also place the object between the main verb and the object. He put his book down. Finally, we can replace the object with the pronoun it, still between the main verb and the object. He put it down. This is not possible with prepositional verbs, main verb plus preposition. They cannot be separated. Jack cares about Jill. Jack cares Jill about. Read the sentences and decide if they are correct or incorrect. For example, why do we always talk the weather about? This is clearly incorrect. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, today we're going to be dealing with adverbs and prepositions. Some prepositions can also act as adverbs. To determine whether a word is an adverb or a preposition, look at what follows the word. Is there a noun acting as an object of the word? A preposition takes an object. If there is a noun following the term, it usually indicates the term is a preposition, not an adverb. Billy ran down the escalator. Ike looked out the car window. An adverb doesn't take an object. A single word acting as an adverb answers where, when, how, or to what degree about the verb. They usually appear at the end of the clause or sentence. She sat down. We're going out at 7 o'clock tonight. Phrasal verbs are a little trickier. In these cases, the adverb is defining or describing the verb, not the object. Derek looked up her number. Here, up is the adverb. The counselor called off the meeting. In this sentence, off is the adverb. In each of these cases, the adverb and the object can trade places. Derek looked up her number can also be read as Derek looked her number up, and the counselor called off the meeting can also be said as the counselor called the meeting off. In contrast, all prepositional verbs have direct objects. I don't like talking about religion. Who's looking after the baby? There are many native speakers who would not be able to easily explain the difference between a prepositional verb and a phrasal verb, and perhaps many more who wouldn't want to. The most important thing here is to understand the principal difference between an adverb and a preposition, and identify when to use each one appropriately. Here is a list of words that can be used both as prepositions and adverbs. So let's review what we've just looked at. Read through the sentences and decide whether the highlighted words are being used as prepositions or adverbs. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic today is modals of possibility. So first of all, what are modals? Modal verbs are special verbs which behave very differently from normal verbs. Here are some important differences. Modal verbs do not take S in the third person. For example, I, you, and he can speak English, and also I, you, and they should be here by midday. You use not to make modal verbs negative, even in simple present and simple past. They should not be late. Evelyn might not come to the party. Many modal verbs cannot be used in the past tense or in the future tenses. So we can't say, he can go with us, or she did study very hard. Both of these are incorrect. So here's a list of some common modal verbs. By no means all of the modals. Can, ought to, could, shall, may, should, might, will, must, and would. Expressions like had better, have to, and have got to are closely related to modals in meaning and are often interchanged with them. However, they are not modals. So let's look at can. This is used to express ability or opportunity, to request or offer permission, and to show possibility or impossibility. Any child can grow up to be president. Now, could. This is used to talk about the theoretical possibility of something happening. We could be there. Note that could is also used as the past tense of can. Be able to. This is used to express a single achievement or to express ability. I won't be able to win the lottery this year. May. Most commonly used in academic or formal language to talk about the characteristics or behavior of something. Also for permission and offering help. May I help you? Might is used to express possibility, also to make suggestions or requests. Your purse might be in the living room. Might I borrow your pen? Okay, so here are some more modals. Must. Must is most commonly used to express certainty. It can also be used to express necessity or strong recommendation. Must not can be used to prohibit actions. Use softer modal verbs such as should not or ought not to dissuade rather than prohibit. This must be the right address. This shows certainty. Students must pass an entrance examination to study here. This shows necessity. Jenny, you must not play in the street. This expresses prohibition. Ought to is used to advise or make recommendations. It can also express assumption or expectation, as well as strong probability. Ought not is used to advise against doing something. You ought to stop smoking. This is a recommendation. This stock ought to increase in value. This is referring to probability. Mark ought not to drink so much. This is advice against doing something. Should is most commonly used to make recommendations or give advice. It can also be used to express obligation as well as expectation. You should focus on your family and less on work. I really should be in the office by 7 a.m. By now, they should already be in Dubai. Had better is most commonly used to make a recommendation. It can also be used to express desperate hope as well as warn people. You had better take your umbrella with you today. You had better watch the way you talk to me in the future. Have got to is used to express necessity and obligation. Drivers have got to get a license to drive a car in the US. Have to is used to express certainty, necessity, and obligation. This answer has to be correct. They have to leave early. Okay, so let's review what we've just learned. Choose the correct answer. Correct the sentences if there is an error. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is subject and verb agreement with collective nouns. A collective noun is a word used to refer to a group of people, animals, or things. Here are some examples. Congregation, team, army, school, tribe, swarm, pack, choir, jury, cabinet, flock, and pride. Deciding between using a singular or plural verb to make a collective noun can be confusing for English learners. It all depends on whether the noun is acting as a unit or with more individuality. If the noun is acting as a unit, use a singular verb. If the sentence indicates more individuality, use a plural verb. Consider this example. The team are eating with their families tonight. Is the team acting as a unit, or are they acting as a group of individuals? Here's a more complicated example. 12% of the list has or have volunteered to help with the fundraising. The subject is 12%, which will be either singular or plural, depending on the object of the preposition that follows. In this sentence, the object of the preposition is list, which is always singular. So the correct answer is has. The list has. So let's try and practice now with a few examples. Select the correct verb to match the collective noun. For example, the team is headed to the finals. Write the collective noun on the line that best fits the sentence. Create sentences using the collective nouns. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today's class deals with commas, semicolons and colons. Use a comma between a dependent clause and an independent clause, or two independent clauses when conjunctions such as for, and, nor, but, or yet are used to connect them. When I am older, I want to get married. The first clause is a dependent clause, and it is separated from the second clause, an independent clause, by a comma. I've painted the entire house, but she is still working on sanding the floors. This sentence is made of two independent clauses. They are separated by a comma and a conjunction. If the clauses are both short, omit the comma. I painted and he sanded. If you have one clause, just a subject and a verb, do not use a comma in front of the conjunction. I've painted the house, but still need to sand the floors. This sentence has two verbs, but only one subject, so it has only one clause. Also use them to separate three or more items on a list. I need to buy eggs, milk, lettuce, and bread. The last comma before the conjunction is optional, known as an Oxford comma. The main task of the semicolon is to mark a break that is stronger than a comma, but not as final as a full stop or period. Use the semicolon if you have two independent clauses connected without a conjunction. I've cleaned the house. I still need to go to the market. Also use the semicolon when you already have commas with a sentence for smaller separations and you need the semicolon to show bigger separations. For example, we met the representatives from San Antonio, Texas, Buffalo, New York, and Los Angeles, California. A third use is to separate independent clauses joined by a conjunctive adverb, such as however, still, nevertheless, furthermore, in addition, etc. Kim is Korean. However, he can't speak Korean. A colon is used to introduce a second sentence that clarifies the first sentence. We have set this restriction. Do your homework before watching television. Notice that the first word of the second sentence is not capitalized. If, however, you have additional sentences following the sentence with the colon and they explain the sentence prior to the colon, capitalize the first word of all the sentences following the colon. A colon is also used to introduce a list. For example, the price includes the following: insurance, 2 first-class tickets, hotel accommodation, and excursions. It is sometimes used before a quotation or before direct speech. The headline read, 7 soldiers rescued in Tehran. So now to practice what we've learned. Place commas where they belong in each sentence. Use a semicolon and a conjunctive adverb to combine the following independent clauses. Use a semicolon in the appropriate place to separate items in a list in the following sentences. And use a semicolon in the appropriate place to combine the following independent clauses. Place a colon where it belongs in each sentence. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, the topic of today's class is inversion. Inversion refers to an irregular sentence order and is used to emphasize the event, usually beginning with a negative particle. Not only did she apologize, she also sent me a card. Inversion involves swapping the position of the auxiliary verb and the subject in a sentence. Questions are the most common use of inversion. I am thirsty. Am I thirsty? It's also used to give emphasis. On no account must you sleep at school. And it is used in conditional sentences, used in formal contexts. If I were you, I would visit my grandfather. When neither or nor are used to add a second negative comment to a sentence, we invert the subject and the verb. The structure is neither or nor plus an auxiliary verb and the subject. The scientists weren't happy, nor were they ready for the next experiment. When so or such are used at the beginning of a sentence, we must invert the subject and verb. The structure is so plus an adjective plus the auxiliary verb and the subject. For example, so difficult was the test that she almost fainted. And such plus the verb to be and a subject. Such was the weather that even the most experienced surfers decided to stay at home. When so, neither, and nor are used at the beginning of a short answer to show agreement or disagreement, they are followed by an inversion. Take the following conversation. I'm so happy with the results. So am I. I don't mind waiting for the rest of the group. Neither do I. Or nor do I. So remember that when we are inverting a sentence, we commonly use the verbs do, be, and have. And the common modal verbs that we use are should, could, can, might, may, must, would, and ought to. So let's review what we've just studied. Invert these sentences using the words in brackets. For example, not only is he handsome, but he is also rich. Rewrite the following sentences using inversion. Use the words neither, nor, so, or such. Rewrite these conditional sentences using inversion. For example, had the storm been at night, the rescue team wouldn't have found the lost Boy Scouts. Determine if these sentences are inverted or not. For example, I had hardly set a foot outside when it started to rain. This sentence is not inverted. Now try to create your own inverted sentences using some of the words in the green box below. For example, with the word rarely, you could say, rarely did I study when I was young. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class, which looks at business phrases. This class focuses entirely on the terminology used to talk business in the English language. Follow along as the terms are explained. Then test your understanding afterwards. In a nutshell, summarized in a few words. In a nutshell, we still need $50,000. Ballpark figure. An inexact estimate. Give me a ballpark figure on the cost of relocating to Ireland. Call one's bluff. To force someone to prove what they are claiming, if you think they are being dishonest. On top of something. To be in control of a situation or aware of changes. By the book. To do things according to company policy or law. Call the shots. To make the key decisions. A loophole. A situation where the laws are not clear. For example, regarding taxes. From the ground up. To begin a business or project right from the start. From nothing. Richard Branson built Virgin Group Limited from the ground up. Carry the can. To take the blame for something. The elephant in the room. A big problem or controversial issue which is obvious, but which no one wants to talk about. Break the news. To be the first to make some information known. To come up short. To try to achieve something but fail. The CEO came up short in his attempts to force a merger. Long shot. Something that has a very low probability of happening. We've got a long shot at closing this deal. To call it a day. To decide to stop working for the day. It's 10 p.m. and everyone is hungry, so let's call it a day. Back to the drawing board. To start something over. There's a fundamental flaw in the design, so it's back to the drawing board. Read between the lines. To understand something that was implied, but not communicated directly. On to a good thing. To be in a positive or successful situation. He's onto a good thing with his new product. Under the table. Something done secretly, often illegally. To avoid paying taxes, they paid some of their employees under the table. To get one's foot in the door. To take a low-level position with a company with the goal of eventually getting a better position in the future. Ingrid was happy to get her foot in the door with an unpaid internship. Grey area. Something that is undefined or not easily categorized. Red tape. Refers to excessive rules, procedures, and regulations that make it difficult to accomplish something. The new law is going to create a lot of extra red tape and increase costs. A can of worms. A situation which causes a lot of trouble for you when you start to deal with it. If Becky gets this promotion, it'll open up a whole can of worms with the other employees. She doesn't deserve it. Now consider these questions. What thoughts first come to your mind when you think about garbage? How efficiently do you think waste disposal is handled in your country or district? Follow along with the text and then answer the questions that follow. Clive Banks, an entrepreneur from Bristol, believes that the nation's garbage is an untapped gold mine. With a background in chemistry, he has developed a revolutionary recycling technology that turns almost any waste product into safe and immediately usable fuel. He left his job as a business consultant to try for himself what he had been advising others on for so many years. Clive started the company from the ground up. Quitting a successful career to go into business alone was a long shot, but once I received the patent for my recycling technology, I knew I was onto a good thing, he said. Many entrepreneurs come up short because they call it quits too soon. I had too much at stake to ever turn back. The UK produces 26 million tonnes of rubbish every year. The Local Government Association, LGA, review on Britain's waste disposal found that it could potentially turn a £500 million yearly cost into a profit which could be used to provide better services to residents. The study outlines how the scheme could additionally create over 30,000 jobs nationwide by expanding the household recycling sector. Clive has been urging the country to fully exploit a resource that currently ends up in landfills. When I was finally able to talk with local government officials, it felt like the issue of waste disposal was the elephant in the room. But once they understood the potential for cutting costs and increasing revenue, they were all ears. I've calculated costs at a ballpark figure of £2 million. This means that turnover could be as high as £75 million annually. He admitted to exploiting some loopholes in order to cut through all the red tape, but insists that all his activities have been by the book and in the best interests of taxpayers. Taxpayers will be better off, the economy will benefit, and more people will have jobs if we grow our domestic market for reprocessing and recycling waste. Sarah Greenwood, from the National Consumers Association, added, "Landfilling waste costs a lot of money. Burning it is still expensive. Recycling actually brings in cash for the taxpayer, and we owe it to today's hard-pressed taxpayers to get as much of their money back as possible." Comprehension practice. Complete these sentences. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is on the phone. Making calls, receiving calls, and leaving messages are routine parts of business life. This class focuses on all the details about making and receiving phone calls. Answering a call by greeting the caller and introducing yourself is common in small businesses with just a few employees. But it tells the caller nothing. Hello, this is Eric. It is more appropriate for internal calls between different departments of the same company. You should say the name of your company and then your name, or the name of your department also. Bank of America, Eric speaking. Bank of America, Loans Department, this is Eric. This saves the caller having to ask several questions to find out if he is speaking to the right person. The caller may not always immediately identify themselves. You can ask who the caller is by saying, "Who's calling, please?" "May I know who's calling?" "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." Here are some polite ways to ask about the purpose of the call. May I know what it's in connection with? May I ask what it's regarding? May I ask what this is in reference to? When you are the caller, it's a little different. You should state your name, where you are from, and the reasons you're calling. This is Eric Saunders from Bank of America. I'm reviewing the financial reports from last year. Could you tell me who signed off on them? The structure is clear and organized. This phone call starts with an introduction of the person, a quick sentence on what the call is regarding, and a short description on what this person needs. Here's another example. Hi John, this is Eric Saunders from Bank of America. I'm calling in regards to the reports you submitted. The last few pages are missing. Can you help me get hold of another copy? You can try writing down what you wish to say until you can communicate your thoughts smoothly. You might need to ask to speak to a particular person or department, especially if there is a receptionist. So after introducing yourself and your company, may I speak to someone in the finance department, please? I'd like to speak to... Could you put me through to... Could I have extension 123, please? If the intended recipient of the call is not available, you can suggest that the caller leave a message in the following ways. Would you like to leave a message? Would you like me to take a message? Could I take a message? Likewise, if you wish to ask the receiver to take a message, may I leave a message? Could you take a message, please? And more specifically, could you ask him to... Could you tell her that... As the receiver of the message, you should always read the message back to the caller. Don't hesitate to ask the same of the receiver if you're making the call. If you need to verify or check that some information is correct, then you can use these types of sentences. I'm going to meet with our accountant this afternoon. Can you double check all the receipts? It shouldn't take long. Hi Gladys, I'm reviewing the files and noticed an entry was deleted. Can you tell me why? Our expenditure for the last quarter was very low. Can you double check that this figure is accurate? There are a number of things that could go wrong during a phone call. You may hear or need to say, "The line is very bad. Could you speak up, please? Could you repeat that, please? I'm afraid I can't hear you. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you say it again, please? I can't get through at the moment. Sorry, you must have the wrong number. Can you hear me okay? I can't hear you very well." So here are some tips when making business phone calls. Plan what you need to say first if you need to make an important call. Try to anticipate any questions or problems. Make sure to leave your name and contact details if you need to leave a message. You can ask them to repeat the details to confirm they took them correctly. Make sure you understand the other speaker. If you don't understand something, ask the speaker to explain what they've said or to speak slowly. So let's review what we've just learned. Imagine you need to make an internal call from the Human Resources Department to the IT department within your company. How would you start the conversation? Imagine your assistant has just put an external call through to you. It's from a client. How would you answer? The client is on a construction site and there is a lot of noise in the background. What are you likely to say? The client never received an invoice and wants you to follow up and get it to him. You need to call the accounts department. What will you say? Only the head of the department can help you, but he's not there. His secretary asks if you'd like to leave a message. So you reply, and that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching.
Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is negotiations. One of the most important skills in daily business life is the ability to negotiate. In general terms, a negotiation is a resolution of conflict. We enter negotiations in order to start or continue a relationship and resolve an issue. Some people are naturally stronger negotiators and are capable of getting their needs met more easily than others. Without the ability to negotiate, people break off relationships, quit jobs, or deliberately avoid conflict and uncomfortable situations. Here are some examples of different types of business negotiations. A negotiation between a manager and a clerk, maybe negotiating a promotion, between an employer and a potential employee, negotiating perhaps job benefits, a customer and a client, a salesperson and a client, perhaps trying to make a sale, two business partners making decisions about investments, or two companies possibly negotiating a merger. While some people may be naturally more skillful as negotiators, everyone can learn to negotiate. And as they often say in business, everything is negotiable. Some techniques and skills that aid people in the negotiating process include Some techniques and skills that aid people in the negotiating process include aiming high, visualizing the end results, treating opponents with respect and honesty, preparing ahead of time, and exhibiting confidence. So here's some language that you could possibly use in negotiations to show understanding or agreement on a point. I agree with you on that point. That's a fair suggestion. So what you're saying is that, in other words, you feel that you have a strong point there. I think we can both agree that I don't see any problem with that or any harm in that. Here's some language to use for objecting to a point or an offer. I understand where you're coming from. However, I'm prepared to compromise, but the way I look at it, or the way I see things, if you look at it from my point of view, I'm afraid I had something different in mind. That's not exactly how I look at it. From my perspective, I'd have to disagree with you there. I'm afraid that doesn't work for me. Is that your best offer? Vocabulary for contracts. Agreement. An arrangement between two or more people or countries, etc. Appendix. An additional or supplementary material at the end of a contract or a book, and so on. Arbitration. A settlement of a dispute by a person chosen by both parties. The verb form is to arbitrate. Article or clause. A particular statement or stipulation in a contract. Condition. Something necessary before the performance of something else. Force majeure. Superior power, unforeseeable event, excusing one party from fulfilling a contract. Fulfill. To satisfy a condition, to complete the required task. Herein. In here or in this document. Stipulate. To demand or require as an essential condition. The noun form is stipulation. Terms. Conditions or stipulations. Hereto. To this document or attached hereto. Party. The people forming one side of an agreement. Warrant. To give formal assurance. To guarantee. On behalf of. In the interest of. Null and void. Invalid. Without legal force. Not binding. Okay, so now let's practice what we've learned. Some questions. What are some consequences of being a poor negotiator? What are some techniques that aid people in negotiations? Imagine your business partner has looked at your sales forecast for the next year and has said that you need to be more ambitious. What are 3 different ways to say that you agree? Imagine you own a coffee shop and one of your employees is requesting a pay rise. What are 3 different ways to politely object? Complete the following sentences. Conditions or stipulations in a contract are called. The people forming one side of an agreement are referred to as. If you are acting in the interest of another person, you are acting. To satisfy a condition or to complete the required task is to. A requirement. If you demand a certain condition in a contract, you are. Define the following terms. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching.
Hi, welcome to today's class. The topic is people skills. Everyone that works in a corporation has a boss or a manager. Even managers have to report to directors. Most people work in companies with at least a few work colleagues. This lesson covers the English you need to know to speak to your work colleagues, managers, and subordinates. General assertions. If you want to introduce an idea that we know others agree on, you could say, it's common knowledge that. Few people would deny that. I think we can all agree that. It's been proven that. Giving your opinion. Here are ways of opening a sentence in which you give your opinion. To my way of thinking, in my view, you know what I think? Well, what I think is that this one's better. And if you haven't been asked your opinion first, you could start by saying, why don't you? How about? How do you feel about? Why not try? Disagreeing with a colleague. Sometimes people give an opinion that you don't agree with. Here are some ways to show disagreement. I'm not sure about that. You could be right, but I agree up to a point, but you can't be serious. That's not how I see it. Being critical. Criticizing other people's mistakes can be considered impolite, but between friends, we can push the boundaries a little bit. You may also experience someone making these comments towards you. That was a bit uncalled for. I wouldn't do that again in a hurry. That wasn't very clever. What were you thinking of? You put your foot in it. Reassuring a colleague. If you want to make a colleague or business partner feel more secure, who appears worried, you could say, it'll be fine, don't worry. There's nothing to worry about. It'll turn out all right. Whatever you may have heard, I can assure you that. Rest assured that. Avoiding giving information. If you want to avoid giving a direct answer, or you have some information that you'd prefer not to share, you could say, "Let me get back to you on that. I'm not at liberty to say right now. Let's wait and see how things turn out. I'm sorry, that's confidential. I'd rather not talk about that. No comment." Asking for help. If you need help completing a task or solving a problem, you could say, "Could you help me for a second? Could you spare a moment? It would really help me out if you could. If you're not too busy, may I ask for a favor? Excuse me, I'm having trouble with. Can you give me a hand with this?" Asking for feedback. By feedback, we mean information or criticism given to someone to help improve a performance. Can I get some feedback on my performance? Where do you think I need to improve? What areas do you think I should work on? Some companies have a process in place where you have a weekly one-on-one meeting with your manager. If not, then you might have to set up a time with your manager to discuss your progress. "Hi Roger, can we set up a time to discuss my progress so far? I was wondering if we can meet to discuss how I'm doing." If you have a project you completed, you can ask for feedback on the project. "Did you finish reviewing the project I completed? Where do you think I could have done better? What should I do better for next time? What areas did I do well, and what areas did I do poorly?" Talking to the boss. Talking to the boss may include asking for feedback, explanations, showing frustration, or even asking for more work. If you're doing a project and you want your manager to review it before submitting it, then you can ask the manager in several ways. "I was wondering if you could review my project. I think I covered all the bases, but could you do a quick check? I just completed the assignment. Did you want to review it?" Missing a meeting. So now let's look at some sentences you might use when talking with a colleague about missing a meeting. "I missed the meeting. Can you fill me in? Was there anything new?" "I had a doctor's appointment, so I missed the meeting. What happened?" "I couldn't make it to the meeting today. Was there anything interesting I should know about?" And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching.
Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is resumes, CVs, and covering letters. A resume or CV is a summary of your educational qualifications and work experience. Companies usually want to see your resume when you apply for a job. A covering letter is a letter that accompanies your resume when you send it to a company. Both of the documents are vitally important in the job application process. Many large organizations have company-specific job application forms online. These may limit your ability to promote yourself and give explanations, but the main information will be the same. A good CV is short and direct, answers the question, why you? It's interesting and easy to read, and lists your positive attributes to the employer. Let's look at the content of a good CV. You should include information relevant to the job you're applying for. Exactly what you include depends partly on your type of work. The most common sections are personal details, your name, address, email and telephone number, and sometimes nationality, age, date of birth, and marital status. Objective. A headline that summarizes the job opportunity you're seeking. Work experience. Your previous employment in reverse chronological order, with most detail for your present or most recent job. Education. Details of secondary and university education, including the establishments and qualifications, but excluding any qualifications that are irrelevant to your career. Personal interests, demonstrating that you are a balanced, responsible member of society with an interest in life outside of work. So here's a mock example of a CV. And here's a closer look in more detail. So at the top you have personal details, followed by the objective, and then details on the work experience. After that, we have education, personal interests, and personal details. This may vary on some CVs. Some people prefer to put this information at the top of the page. And this is a basic example of a covering letter. And a closer look. At the top of the page we have your address and contact details, a destination name and address, so the company that you're applying to, the date, a very simple salutation, the subject of your letter, normally the job title, and the body of the letter. You don't want this part of the covering letter to be too long. So towards the end you sign out by saying something like yours faithfully, followed by your signature and your name in print. So remember that in your CV and covering letter you want to portray the following points: positivity, looking forward to the future, emphasize the benefits you'll bring to the employer, be direct and keep to the point, keep the information in the CV relevant, create an organized layout, and check for grammatical errors. So here's some vocabulary related to CVs and covering letters. Attachment. An attachment is an extra document or image that is added to an email. Block format. This is the most common business letter format. It's single-spaced with all paragraphs beginning on the left margin. The body is the content of the letter, between the salutation and the signature. Bullet points refer to the small dark dots used to set out information in a list. Certified mail. This is used for important letters that senders pay extra postage for in order to receive a notice of receipt. Coherent. So this means that the information is clear, logical, and easy to understand. Concise is a synonym for direct, getting to the point quickly. Diplomacy, or being diplomatic, means demonstrating consideration and kindness. Direct mail or junk mail refers to marketing letters addressed to a large audience. Double spacing is a type of format where one blank line is left between lines of the text. Enclosure refers to extra documents or images included in a letter. Format, the setup or organization of a document. Heading, a word or phrase that indicates what the text below will be about. Indent, extra spaces, usually 5 spaces, at the beginning of a paragraph. Inside address, this refers to the recipient's mailing information. A letterhead is often found on specialized company paper, which has the logo already imprinted at the top. The margin is a blank space that borders the edge of the text. Memorandum, or memo for short, a document sent within a company. Postage, the cost of sending a letter through the post. To proofread means to read through a finished document to check for mistakes. If a document is reader-friendly, it means it is easy to read. The salutation is the greeting addressed to the reader. For example, Dear Mrs. Smith. Sensitive information refers to content in a letter that may cause the reader to feel upset. Sincerely is used before a name when formally closing out a letter. Transitions are words or phrases used to make a letter flow more naturally. For example, furthermore, on the other hand. Take a look at this list of words. These are positive vocabulary words that you should consider using to describe yourself and your achievements in your CV. Motivated, reliable, creative, honest, energetic, punctual, flexible, hardworking, organized. And for your achievements, participated, achieved, identified, delivered, managed, directed, supervised. Now let's practice what we've learned. Define the following terms. So now try to use the information you've learned to design a CV and covering letter. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic today, interview skills. Interviews can be challenging in any language. You can get off to a good start by making a positive first impression. Be on time, dress smart, stay calm and composed. Beyond that, you can give yourself the best opportunity to impress by preparing before the interview. This class discusses how to prepare, as well as the most frequently asked interview questions. Before your interview, find out as much as possible about the company and the position you're applying for. Prepare and practice giving responses to questions you're likely to be asked. Interviewers will break the ice to help you feel comfortable. Make sure to give positive, but not too detailed answers to these icebreakers. Use descriptive language to describe your responsibilities. Here is a positive job description. I planned and managed several projects. That's a good answer, but a more descriptive phrase, with better vocabulary, might be, I was responsible for orchestrating several successful projects that contributed to the company's growth. I played a key part in executing the projects and supervising my colleagues. Now let's focus on some of the most commonly asked interview questions. It would be a good idea to use these questions to prepare. How would you describe yourself? What are your strengths and weaknesses? What do you do in your free time? Why are you interested in working for our company? How would you describe the position we have to offer? What aspects of the position are you most interested in? What could you contribute to our company? What did your previous job involve? Why do you want to leave your present job? What are your salary requirements? Why have you had to look for a job for so long? How do you feel about your future in the profession? What would you like to find in this job that you didn't have in your previous job? What sort of obstacles have you come across in your work? If you had to recruit colleagues, what qualities would you look for? Would you be willing to relocate? If we offered you this job, how long would you expect to stay with us? Do you prefer working alone or as part of a team? Why should I recruit you? Do you have any comments to make or any questions you'd like to ask? That brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to today's class. The topic is presentations. A good presentation is one of the most effective ways of communicating your message. Take a moment to think about some engaging presentations you've seen. What qualities did the speaker have? If you follow a clear structure, giving an effective presentation can be simple and stress-free. This tutorial guides you through each stage of giving a presentation in English. First, let's look at some vocabulary words. Handout. This is a document handed or given to people at a presentation. Whiteboard. A whiteboard is a large, flat, white surface on which to write or draw with a marker. Marker. Pen with a broad felt tip for writing on a whiteboard. Microphone. An electrical instrument for amplification of the voice. OHP is short for overhead projector, a device that projects an OHT onto a screen. OHT stands for overhead transparency, a sheet of film with an image on it for use on an OHP. Slide, a small photographic transparency. A slide can also refer to a page on a PowerPoint presentation. Pointer, a device for indicating things on a screen. Screen, a large, flat, reflective surface on which films or slides are projected. Visual aids, things that one can look at in a presentation. Good preparation is vital in order to give a good presentation. This will not only affect the clarity with which you deliver your information, but also the confidence level. It will be clear to your audience that you know what you're talking about, allowing you to take control of the room. Your objective should be clear in your mind. If it is not clear in your mind, it can't possibly be clear to your audience. You should ask yourself, are you trying to educate your audience, sell them something, or convince them of an argument? Try to consider your audience. Consider their age, what they might already know, their likely attention span, and so on. Some people may switch off after a few minutes or be distracted by hunger or tiredness. Build a warm and friendly relationship with your audience. If you're enthusiastic, your audience will be enthusiastic as well. You can do this through humor, so long as it's appropriate. If you want your audience to understand your message, your language must be simple and clear. So use basic vocabulary, unless you're certain that your audience understands it. Most presentations are organized in 3 parts, followed by questions. So we start with a short introduction, in which you welcome your audience, introduce your subject, explain the structure of your presentation, and explain the rules for questions. Next is the body of the presentation, and this is the actual presentation itself, the core of the information. Last is a short conclusion, in which you summarize your presentation, perhaps thank your audience, and then invite questions. Try to appear spontaneous whenever you can. Use notes to stimulate what you need to say, or write down key words to trigger your memory. Rehearsal is a vital part of preparation. It helps to familiarize yourself with the subject matter, identify problems in your presentation, practice difficult pronunciations, and get an idea of the length of time. Visual aids are an extremely effective means of communication. They can transcend language barriers and appeal to different styles of learners. Some of the most useful visual aids are pie charts, video presentations, graphs, flip charts, bar charts, and simply using people themselves. During your introduction, you should tell your audience what the structure of your presentation will be. You might say something like, I will start by reviewing the performance of our new locations. Then I'll discuss how we can increase productivity in the old locations. After that, I'll set out our short-term strategy for the year ahead. Lastly, I'll quickly recap before answering any questions you may have. So after hearing this, a member of the audience can now visualize your presentation like this. Introduction, in which you welcome them. The body, in which you review the new locations, talk about increased productivity, and the strategy for the year ahead. Followed by the conclusion, which is the summing up, and questions. When you finish reviewing the new locations and want to start talking about increasing productivity, you might say, "That's all I have to say about the new locations. Let's turn to the existing locations." When you want to sum up, you might say, "Well, we've covered all the main points. I'd like to sum up now." Finally, you can invite any questions. So, does anyone have any questions? Here are some phrases that you might want to utilize during your presentation. When introducing a subject, I'd like to start by, let's begin by, first of all, I'll, when finishing a subject, well, I've told you all about, that's all I have to say about, we've looked at, and starting another subject. Now we'll move on to, let me turn now to, I'd like now to discuss, let's look now at, for analyzing a point and giving recommendations. Let's consider this in more detail. What does this mean for? Translated into real terms, dealing with questions. I'd like to deal with this question later, if I may. I'll come back to this question later in my talk. Perhaps you'd like to raise this point at the end. I won't comment on this now. And some useful phrases for summarizing. In conclusion, I'd like now to recap. Let's summarize briefly what we've looked at. If I can just sum up the main points. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, and welcome to the first class that looks at English used in the IT sector. This set of classes will explain many of the terms and phrases used and show how they can be used practically. So let's begin looking at vocabulary for information technology. Hit. A visit to a website. This website gets 10,000 hits a day. Adware. A software application which displays unwanted pop-up advertisements on your computer while in use. Adware is often installed at the same time as free software or shareware. Application. A program designed to perform a specific function directly for the user. Backup. A copy of files from a computer's hard disk in case the files are erased or damaged. Boot or boot up. You boot or boot up your computer when you switch it on and wait while it prepares itself. File. A specific computer record. It could contain data such as text. Folder. a subdivision of a computer's hard disk into which you put files. Font, a particular sort of lettering on the screen, such as Arial or Times New Roman. Cursor, a blinking symbol on the screen that shows where any new text will next be entered. Format, hard disks have to be electronically prepared for use by a process called formatting. They are pre-formatted by the computer manufacturer. Graphics card, the equipment inside a computer that creates the image on the screen. Icon, a small image or picture on a computer screen that is a symbol of folders, disks, programs, and so on. Hardware, the physical equipment or touchable parts of a computer system. The monitor, the keyboard, the mouse, the scanner, printer, and so on. Parallel port, a socket at the back of a computer for connecting external equipment or peripherals, especially printers. A serial port is also a socket at the back of the computer for connecting peripherals. QWERTY, the first 6 letters on English language keyboards are Q, W, E, R, T, Y. For French language keyboards, it is A, Z, E, R, T, Y. Resolution, the number of dots or pixels per inch or centimeter used to create the screen image. Modem, equipment connected to a computer for sending or receiving digital information by telephone line. You may need a modem to connect to the internet. USB, this is an abbreviation for Universal Serial Bus, a connection for attaching devices to computers. USB flash drive is a small external device for storing data. It connects through the USB socket. Wi-Fi, a system for communicating without wires over a computer network. Hotspot, an area that has an available wireless signal for internet access, usually public. Configure, to choose options in order to create a custom system. URL, Uniform Resource Locator, the internet address on the web. It usually begins with http:// followed by the rest of the name of the resource. Consider these questions. What springs to mind when you hear the word cloud? What do you know about cloud computing? Is it important to you where you keep your data? Read along with the text and then answer the questions that follow. International Business Machines, IBM, plans to invest $1.2 billion to expand its cloud services. The computing and technology giant wants to bolster its presence in the next generation of cloud storage and other services. The project includes building 15 state-of-the-art data centers across the world. IBM is having to adapt quickly to move from a predominantly hardware-based company into one providing online services. It has experienced declining revenues for the past 6 quarters and urgently needs to reverse this trend. An IBM spokesman told reporters, "This is fundamental because this allows us global coverage." He added, "We are continuing to invest in where we think the growth areas are going to be." Wikipedia says, "Cloud computing is a phrase used to describe a variety of computing concepts
that involves a large number of computers connecting through a real-time communication network, such as the Internet. In reality, the cloud is a metaphor for the Internet. Clever marketing has created the concept of the cloud to create more sellable services. Users of cloud services keep their data and software on a server, a huge computer of the company offering the cloud service. There is no need to download anything or store information on a home or work computer. Wikipedia outlines several deterrents to the widespread adoption of cloud computing, including security, reliability, and issues surrounding privacy. Comprehension practice. So now for a review of today's material. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, and welcome to another class that focuses on business phrases. So this is the second class that focuses on terminology used to talk business in the English language. Let's begin. Riding high. To be very successful. The president is still riding high in all the opinion polls. Flying start. Facebook Inc. got off to a flying start and exceeded all forecasts. Strength to strength. To gradually become more successful. Samsung continues to go from strength to strength. Flying colors. That was a very difficult task you had to do, and you came through it with flying colors. Make it big. Rihanna worked in a clothes store before she made it big in the music industry. Come into one's own. Olivia speaks fluent Mandarin, so she really came into her own when we took a business trip to Beijing. Cowboy. An untrustworthy or irresponsible business person. Cut corners. To do something in the easiest way. Cog in the machine. A small part of a much larger organization. Chew something over. To think about something for a while. Proficient. Skilled at doing something. Well versed. Branch. A location other than the main office where business is conducted. Deal. An agreement or transaction. Quarter. A 3-month period on a financial calendar that acts as a basis for the reporting of earnings and the paying of dividends. Leading edge. The most modern and advanced position in an activity or field of research, also referred to as cutting edge. Leading the field. There's a lot of competition in the Latin market, but we're leading the field. Sink or swim. Either it will be a success or it will not. We have to let the project sink or swim. Make or break time. Now is the moment to see if it's a success or a failure. It's make or break time. Pipped at the post. We almost got the contract, but we were pipped at the post by our Korean competitors. Claw one's way back. We were on the brink of bankruptcy, and we had to gradually claw our way back. Close a deal. To end negotiations after reaching an agreement. Cut it fine. To only leave yourself just enough time to do something. Numbers. The figures, statistics, or calculations. Crash course. A quick and intense course of training. Cut one's losses. To withdraw from a losing situation. Cutthroat. Tough or mean competition. Creative accounting. The use of questionable accounting techniques to mislead people. Clear the decks. To stop what you're doing in order to do something more important. Follow along as we read through the text. Global Inc. and the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, announced they are partnering together to provide high-speed data access in rural and other underserved areas. Aaron Godfrey, Global's chief executive, was employed to engineer a turnaround at the firm following 2 disappointing quarters last year. The firm's plans for expansion correspond with the FCC's initiative to free up high-frequency spectrum in rural areas where telephone and cable lines have yet to be upgraded to carry high-speed internet services. Mr. Godfrey stated that the firm would not be neglecting their other services, hinting at plans to claw their way back into the software market. It represents a huge success for Global Inc. after being pipped to the post while trying to close a deal with the Defense Department last year. I intend to take advantage of the revenue potential across our entire business. Our long-term objective is for consistent, sustainable growth, said Mr. Godfrey. We've gone from strength to strength this year, and we continue to remain optimistic about the future. Shareholders are said to be particularly upbeat about the long-term outlook. Comprehension practice. Complete these sentences. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome to today's class. The topic is meetings. There are many questions to ask before a meeting. If you're curious about what the meeting will cover, you'll need to ask the organizer of the meeting. You can also ask things like how long the meeting will take and who's coming to the meeting. Let's try a couple of these examples. What does this meeting concern? Do you know who's coming to our meeting at 1:30 p.m.? Who else did you invite to the budget meeting? Hi, Matt. How long do you think the meeting will be? Is the meeting going to be more than an hour? Here are some common statements people use when they can't attend a meeting. I have another appointment that conflicts with your meeting. I won't be able to make it. I won't be able to go to the 3 p.m. meeting. I have another appointment at the same time. I'm going to be out of town tomorrow, so I won't be able to attend the quarterly meeting. Can you send me an email on the topics that were discussed? During the meeting. Depending on the type of meeting, you may have to wait until the end before asking a question. You may have to raise your hand to ask a question, or simply ask a question at any time. You might say, I have a question. Why is the... How will the new addition to our project affect? Are we making sure to incorporate? You can ask any question. There's no specific way in which to do so. There is also no specific way to respond to being asked what you think about an idea or situation. Simply state your opinion. I agree with Joe. The correct approach is to sign the agreement with our partners before making it public. In my opinion, I think we should introduce our new line of products in the summer. Our target market will be more responsive to our ads during this time period. I think we can go either way. I believe both solutions are sound. Asking for clarity is similar to asking a question. The only difference is that they already answered it and you don't understand. So, you should state exactly what you don't know, or ask for clarity on a specific part of the question. I didn't understand why we're going to be late. I thought we had everything planned out early. What were the reasons again? Can you elaborate on how this process can... Can you clarify the second step in the proposal? I don't understand why... Exchanging contact details. It's likely that as part of the process of meeting with partners or clients, you'll need to exchange business cards. You can politely ask in the following ways. Do you have a business card? Could I have one of your business cards? Can I have your business card? Responding to these questions are very easy. You can just say, sure, or no problem. Some other questions or statements you may want to make are, can I get your phone number or email address? What is the best way to contact you? Can I get your contact information? Let me give you one of my business cards. My contact information is on my business card. Let me give you one. You can reach me by calling the number on my business card. My email address is on my business card. Boardroom vocabulary. AOB, any other business. Usually the last item on an agenda. Absent, not here, not at the meeting, or not present. Agenda, a written program or schedule for a meeting. It is also used to describe the book in which this information is kept. Apologies, item on agenda announcing people who are absent. Apologies for absence. Ballot, a type of vote, usually secret and in writing. Casting vote, a deciding vote, usually by the chairman when the votes are otherwise equal. Chairman, the person who leads or presides at a meeting, also known as a chairperson or a chair. Conference, a formal meeting for discussion, especially a regular one held by an organization. Conference call, a telephone call between 3 or more people in different locations. Consensus, general agreement about something. Decision, a conclusion or resolution to do something. In the verb form, to decide. Item, a separate point for discussion, as listed on an agenda.
Matters arising. This refers to items on an agenda for discussion of what has happened as a result of the last meeting. Minutes. A written record of everything said at a meeting. Proxy vote. A vote cast by one person for or in place of another. Show of hands. Raised hands to express an opinion in a vote. Unanimous. In complete agreement. United in opinion. Video conference. Conference of people in different locations, linked by satellite or internet. Vote. To express your opinion in a group by voice, hand or ballot. Now let's practice what we've learned. How might you try to ask a question about reducing the marketing budget in a meeting? How might you say that you can't attend a meeting because of another meeting? When asked your opinion, how might you say you disagree with plans to expand into a new market? What might you say when offering a client your business card? Define a casting vote. The person who leads or presides at a meeting is called a written record of everything said at a meeting. A is when the attendees at a meeting raise their hands to express an opinion in a vote. Rephrase this sentence. The consensus is that we should expand into China. Now look at the following images and say what each image represents. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. The topic of this class is business structures. Businesses can be structured in many different ways, depending on their objectives. The structure determines the methods by which the company operates. For example, allocation of responsibility and liability. In this class, we'll look at the basic structure within a large organization, as well as the different ways to legally classify a business. Let's start by looking at some structure vocabulary. Headquarters. A company's principal or main office, or center of control. AGM, which stands for Annual General Meeting of a company's shareholders. In the United States, this is referred to as an annual stockholders meeting. A shareholder is a person who owns part of a company or corporation. The board of directors is the group of people chosen to establish policy for and control a company. The chairman or chairperson heads the board of directors. Industry can refer to any general field of business or commercial enterprise. The president or managing director is the highest executive officer of a company. A vice president is any of several executive officers, each responsible for a separate division
of the company. A director is a member of the board of directors. A manager is a person responsible for day-to-day running of a department. The reception is the first point of contact for visitors and clients upon arriving. Self-employed refers to a person earning their living directly from their own profession or business. An employee is a person working for another person or business for pay. An entrepreneur is an individual who organizes and operates a business or businesses, taking on financial risk to do so. So let's look at some of the different departments you'll find within a company. Starting with the accounts department. This department is responsible for administering a company's financial affairs. The marketing department is responsible for creating, communicating, and delivering value to customers. The personnel department, or human resources, is responsible for recruitment and the welfare of the staff. The production department is responsible for physical creation of product. The purchasing department is responsible for finding and buying everything a company needs. The IT department is responsible for keeping electronic communication running smoothly. The R&D department stands for Research and Development. This department is responsible for developing new products. The sales department is responsible for finding customers and making sales. So let's look at a diagram to show the structure within a single organization, starting with the board of directors at the top. Next would be the president or managing director, below which would be the vice president and the manager, followed by the various departments within the organization. Most companies will have a manager for each department, or a vice president heading up each department. Some of the departments within a company fall outside the direct chain of command, such as the accounting department or legal department, and also IT and human resources. Now let's look at some different types of business structures. A sole proprietor is one individual in business alone. This is the most common form of business structure. It is simple to form and operate, and may enjoy greater flexibility of management, fewer legal controls, and fewer taxes. However, the business owner is personally responsible for any debt created by the business. A corporation has certain rights, privileges, and liabilities beyond those of an individual. Corporations may receive tax or financial benefits, but these can be offset by other considerations, such as increased licensing fees or decreased personal control. A general partnership is composed of two or more individuals who agree to contribute money, labor, or skill to a business. Each partner shares the profits, losses, debt liability, and management of the business. A partnership agreement is drawn up to outline the terms. A limited partnership is similar to a general partnership. The key difference being it will include one or more limited partners whose losses are limited to the extent of the investment. Limited partners are usually not involved in the day-to-day operations of the business. A limited liability partnership is similar to a general partnership, except that normally a partner doesn't have personal liability for the negligence of another partner. This business structure is used most by professionals, such as accountants and lawyers. A limited liability company is formed by one or more individuals or entities through a special written agreement. The agreement details the organization of the LLC, including provisions for management, assignability or interests, and distribution of profits and losses. They cannot operate within the banking or insurance industries. An NGO is a legal entity and is typically run to further an ideal or goal rather than in the interest of profit. Many NGOs serve the public interest, but some engage in private sector activities. Charitable activities may require additional registration. A trust is a legal relationship in which one person, called the trustee, holds property for the benefit of another person, called the beneficiary. A joint venture is formed for a limited length of time to carry out a business transaction or operation. An association is an organized group of people who share in a common interest, activity, or purpose. Okay, so now let's review what we've just learned. What is an AGM? What is the responsibility of a vice president and a director? What does the IT department do? Why might an individual want to set up a sole proprietorship? If a person is liable for a company's debt, it means if a person has limited liability, what type of business are they likely to be involved in? An NGO is And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to another class that focuses on business phrases. Follow along as we explain the various phrases, idioms, and phrasal verbs used in the English language. Then test your understanding afterwards. Roll out a product. To release a product for sale. Toshiba will roll out their new laptop soon. Across the board. Including everyone or everything. Google decided to give their workers an across-the-board increase in salary. Bottom out. To reach the lowest or worst point. The housing market has begun to bottom out, so now would be a good time to invest in property. Lead time. The time available to prepare for something. The lead time to prepare for the advertising campaign was very short. Make a cold call. To call up a potential but unknown customer from a list of people. Rita was asked to make cold calls from the telephone book. Go over the books. To check and analyze the accounting records of a company. They sent in an independent auditor to go over our books. Carve out a niche for a product. To create a product or market that nobody else has. Tata Group was able to carve out a niche for their product in Asia. Go public. To become a public company and sell the company stock to the public. Facebook stock rose very quickly after the company went public. A kickback. An amount of money that is paid illegally for favorable treatment. The bank was giving kickbacks to the local politicians. Out of the loop. To not be part of a group of people that is kept up to date with information about something. I was kept out of the loop during the negotiations. Outsource something. To use outside sources for something rather than those within a company or its facilities. The manufacturing company outsourced much of its work. Put something on the table. To make something the topic of discussion. We put the proposed merger on the table for discussion. Bankroll someone. To supply someone with money or to finance someone. Philip bankrolled his son's first business venture. Close out something. To sell the whole or all of something. I asked my broker to close out my position in the silver market. In black and white. In writing. The company refused to deal with the customer's complaints until they were in black and white. Bottom line. The total. The results of a business or the central issue of a discussion. After we examined the bottom line of the company, we decided not to invest in it. My friend wants to open a restaurant. However, the bottom line for me is that we need more research before I invest any money. Gain ground. To go forward. To make progress. Our company is gaining ground in its attempts to be the best in the industry. Buyer's market or a seller's market. Used to describe which side has the advantage in a market, depending on supply and demand. High demand equals a seller's market. High supply equals a buyer's market. Crude oil was very cheap. It was a buyer's market. It was a seller's market for houses as the houses were increasing in value. Come in high or come in low. To ask for a price that is too high or to offer a low amount of money for a product or service. Paul came in high during the negotiations and could not sell his product. General Motors came in low in an offer for our car company. Face value of something. The official value or worth of something. We were able to buy the estate below face value. Use the words in red to complete the sentences. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, please visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching. Hi everyone, welcome to the second class that looks at the terminology used to discuss information technology. Bug. A small defect or fault in a program. Crash. This is when a program or the entire operating system unexpectedly stops. Firewall. Specialized hardware or software designed to prevent unauthorized access into or out of a computer or network. Malware. A contraction of malicious software. A general term used to describe the software that infiltrates or damages a computer. Virus. A small, unauthorized program that can damage a PC. Trojan. Malware that appears to perform a useful action but in fact performs a malicious action, such as transmitting a computer virus. Worm. Self-replicating malware that can move from computer to computer on the network. Unlike a virus, it does not need to attach itself to an existing document or application. Phishing. The process of attempting to acquire sensitive information used for identity theft, such as usernames, passwords, and credit card details, by masquerading as a trustworthy entity in an email or instant message. Zombie. A computer that has been compromised so that an unauthorized person has complete control to use the computer to perform malicious tasks. Encryption. The process of transforming information to make it unreadable to anyone who doesn't have the password needed to decode it. Antivirus software. A program that finds and removes viruses from a computer. Browser, or to browse. A program used to view or browse the internet. Driver. A small program that tells a PC how a peripheral works. Cookies. Small files that temporarily store information on websites you visited within your browser. They're used to recommend relevant content in the future. Hard disk. The main disk inside a computer used for storing programs and information. Bit or bytes. A bit is the smallest piece of information that computers use. For simplicity, a PC uses bits in groups of 8, called bytes. So 8 bits equals 1 byte. Program. Software that operates a PC and does various things such as writing text, word processing program, keeping accounts, accounts program, and drawing pictures, graphics program. Code. The symbolic arrangement of data or instructions in a computer program or the set of such instructions. Operating system. The basic software that manages a computer, for example Windows 7 or iOS. KB, MB, and GB are abbreviations for kilobytes, megabytes, and gigabytes, used to measure computer memory and storage. Memory is used for storing information while a computer is being used. RAM or ROM are two types of memory. RAM stands for Random Access Memory. It is the main memory used while the PC is working. RAM is temporary. ROM, read-only memory, is for information needed by the PC and cannot be changed. Cache, a kind of memory used to make a computer work faster. Megahertz. This describes the speed of computer equipment. The higher the megahertz, the better the performance.
bloatware or fatware. Pre-installed software that occupies a lot of space, leaving little memory for storing personal data. So now read along with the text and answer the questions that follow. Viruses can have a devastating effect, disrupting productivity and causing billions of dollars worth of damage. An intricately designed virus can expose just how vulnerable computer users are nowadays. On the other hand, they also demonstrate how interconnected we as humans have become. A computer virus passes from computer to computer like a biological virus passes from person to person. It has no way to reproduce by itself, so instead, it uses existing machinery to reproduce itself, similar to how a biological virus does with human cells. To create a virus, a person has to write the code, test it to make sure it spreads properly, and then release it. They also design the virus's attack phase, whether it's a silly message or the destruction of a hard disk. A modern trick that virus creators use to spread the viruses they create is to affect the boot sector on floppy disks and hard disks. The boot sector is a small program that is the first part of the operating system that the computer loads. It contains a tiny program that tells the computer how to load the rest of the operating system. By putting its code in the boot sector, a virus can guarantee that it gets triggered. It can load itself into memory immediately and run whenever the computer is on. Comprehension practice. Label these definitions. And that brings us to the end of today's class. For more information on our one-to-one classes with a native speaking teacher, visit speakeasy1to1.com. Thanks for watching.